Boom. Hopefully you guys heard that, because I had some last-second audio problems that had me going, oh, crap, oh, crap, oh, crap, in that last little moment as it's ticking down at that point. So, how's everyone doing? I set a goal for we got to break out the evidence cups, because we got to the point of the trial where the evidence cups come out. So I may have picked up some evidence cups. Also, just gonna say, don't be the person who judges every guy walking by, because so to go buy these, I walked to the liquor store, and to get to the liquor store goes by the park. And so as I'm walking by the park, there's this woman who's glaring at me, and I figure she's glaring at me because I'm like a guy in his 40s walking by a park. But I then walk past, I go pick up booze and solo cups, and then she's glaring at me even harder on the way back. And I'm like, come on. So, it is, it's a whole day. So, yeah, I hope everyone had a good Monday. And, what is it? I'm sorry I couldn't be here on Friday. I was doing all sorts of stuff, and yeah, but we've got a lot to catch up on. We've got Jen McCabe's cross-examination, which has a whole bunch of things, and we also have a whole bunch of other witnesses. Now, I'm just going to warn you before you get into it, most of the other witnesses that we will cover today are boring, uninteresting, or at least they didn't land for the Commonwealth. I actually thought that most of the witnesses that we had today, either a bunch of them were actually helpful to the defense, notwithstanding the fact that they were called by the Commonwealth. So, yeah, somebody was asking, what's up with the blue line on the screen? I made it go away. So thank you for mentioning it, because I didn't know it was still there. But I'm like, okay, we're making that go away. We also have a new emote for members. We've got a Runkle Boom emote, which I promised you guys I would have done 5 days ago, but now. So yeah. All right, let's hop in. I guess let's get started, because we got a whole bunch to talk about here. So where should we start? All right, we're gonna start at pretty much close to when they begin today. My timestamp is 2 minutes after they begin, so I'm like, we might as well just wait for them to, might as well just go to the beginning. We're going to dial the playback speed down from what I was listening to it at, which was 2 speed, down to 1 speed. No, we'll take it over to 1.25. I let you guys know what speed we're watching it at, just so that you're not going, wait a minute, do they sound like this normally? No, we've accelerated them a bit. So, but we're going to expand, and then we're going to share, and then we're going to, why is it not showing the share? Because, come on. Okay, StreamYard, I need you to show the, thing. Here we go. Yep, and I got to add it to stage. And here we go. So, this is Jackson beginning his cross, or beginning today's cross.
Correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said,
the volume?
I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Exactly.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you
that objection was
with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed,
Nettie,
correct?
have you got gum?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be.
Does Yannetti have gum? Oh, Yannetti, no gum. No gum. I don't know what he's doing. He seems to be chewing. Yes, this is Friday's Cross to begin.
April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you?
Why are we looking at the upper half of Karen Reed's head when... No, Karen Reed's head is not doing the talking.
Remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning.
that's
Again,
fair.
I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember.
Yeah, it must have been a cough drop. He's not chewing it anymore. I also saw somebody was saying, did I see the news for Turtle Boy? I did see the news for Turtle Boy. If you haven't seen the news, the court has ruled with respect to Turtle Boy and whether or not he gets thrown in jail. And the court's ruling is Turtle Boy is doing a journalism and therefore gets to not go to jail, especially because there is no basis to think that Turtle Boy talking and expressing his feelings in accordance with the First Amendment on his own, sentiments is in any way contact, direct or indirect, because of course it's not. Of course it isn't. And we'll roll this. Marvin CZ, for the long haul, I expect this will be. This will be a long haul. We may or may not have a guest pop in. I'm not sure, but I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So right now we're just like, yeah. All right. So let's proceed here.
For specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Go ahead.
Yes, I am.
Answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th.
You don't explain to the jury that you don't get to explain all of this to the jury. You just answer the questions. And the thing is that everybody's got to answer the questions based on their memory, because part of the reason we ask questions is to test a witness's memory, because you can have witnesses who are honest witnesses who are trying to be honest, but instead are not being accurate because they are mistaken. This is one of the things is that you can have, when you're a defense lawyer, a lot of the witnesses you are cross-examining are not witnesses who are inherently lying. Sometimes you get actual, evil liars, but a lot of the time what you're doing is you're saying, you don't actually remember this. You don't actually, or maybe you didn't get a good view of this. If you've ever watched My Cousin Vinny is one of the, if not the best courtroom programs of all time. Why? Because you've got witnesses who will testify and they're being honest. The witnesses are not lying, but they'll say things like, I'm pretty sure I saw this. And you're like, how could you have seen this? It's so far away and you wear glasses and you don't know shit. And that's the thing is you often get that kind of witness. So yes, defense is entitled to explore your memory and to especially explore if your memory may have changed between two statements, because one of the things that often happens as a defense lawyer is that you will have you'll have witnesses who give a statement that is actually helping you at the that's actually helping you at the time. Like, so at the time, they say something like, let's say they witness a bank robbery, right? And they say at the time that the person who committed the bank robbery is 6'2" with brown hair and, was wearing glasses and also like had a full beard. Okay. And they find your client. I'm not texting vigorously. I'm actually trying to dig a sliver out of my palm. So let's say they find your client and they think he fits pretty close to the description because he's 6'2" and has a full beard. But it turns out your client's never worn glasses in his life. He's got perfect vision. He's got 20/20 vision. He doesn't own a set of glasses. He's never had a reason to wear a set of glasses. There is no way they saw him wearing glasses. So, day of trial, what's the guy going to say when what's the guy going to say when he's sitting there staring at your client in the courtroom? Well, now he's going to describe your client as 6'2" with a big beard, and he's going to say there were never any glasses. And you're going to say, listen, hey, like, and somebody's saying, what did we glasses wearers do to you today? Don't be giving me that. So, this is a big deal as to whether or not the witness's memory has changed. And then when they say, I am certain there were no glasses, you're like, did your memory get better? Like, why would you say glasses if there were never any glasses? And the witness could be trying to be honest, right? The witness genuinely remembers no glasses now. But, I mean, is their memory good? Is it okay? Like, what's going on? All right.
On the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
So that's a big jury. I am telling the truth. The problem is sometimes the more you tell the jury you're telling the truth, the more the jury says, I ain't sure that's the case. I ain't sure that's the case. So, yeah.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Mr. McCabe, I just have to do this for the record. Refresh your recollection with the transcript.
I'll look at it, yes.
So there's a lot of weaseling she does about like, no, this wouldn't refresh my memory, which is she thinks she's figured out a super trick.
Okay.
Yeah, approach.
So why do you do this? Well, because often witnesses' evidence is better for you the first time. So you want to take them back and pin them to their first statement, right? Like if in that example of, my client not wearing glasses, I want to pin the witness as much as I can to the glasses statement, right? I want to say, you put this down. You wouldn't lie to the cops, right? You understood that it was important to be accurate with the cops, right? You understood it was important to be truthful with the cops, right? You would never deceive a cop, right? And you get the person going, no, I know it's important to be accurate. I know it's important to be truthful. I wouldn't lie to a cop. And you go, So the glasses, the person you saw was wearing glasses, right? So this is kind of why you take people to this stuff and pin it down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of?
And if she is telling the truth and she's just doing a real shit job of it. So, yeah.
Whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah.
There's gonna be an objection to that. I recall there was an objection, but I mean, he's like, "Are you done? Are you done?" Because she's going off on this little like soliloquy rant. Because, and the thing is that this is, if you as a defense lawyer are sitting there trying to categorize your witness, right? You're trying to identify your witness as to whether or not they're trying to be honest. This is the kind of shit that tells you this is somebody who's maybe less trying to be honest and more trying to be seen to be honest. This is like liar bullshitting behavior. So, I don't know. Hope does the jury see that? I hope so, because as defense lawyers, you always hope that your witnesses are going to see when there are some deceptive elements. But yeah, this kind of like I need to explain all of the discrepancies it's usually what you get when somebody's BSing. So.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
And the judge is like, I'm allowing it, but you need to go on to something else. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna this actually has a strong start to the cross because it's gonna get worse for her. She's gonna over-explain herself into a trap, and let's watch her over-explain herself into like her foot goes all the way into her mouth. Yeah.
When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed then. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beattie, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beattie. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a case
Oh, stop explaining. Stop, just answer the questions, because honest witnesses can just answer a question. She's like, everything has got to be this 20-minute explanation about, this is and she keeps going over the same line, right? It's over the same sort of rehearsed speech. So you can see that her little speeches are the same each time.
Voicemail that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
In her over-explaining, she hands Jackson the word nefarious. She just hands it to him. She just gives it to him on a platter, and he's like, oh, the thing is that Jackson couldn't have said, hey, that's nefarious. That would have actually been improper for Jackson to do. It would have been objected to. But once she gives him nefarious, once she serves that up on a nice platter and takes off the cloche at the top, sets it down, he's like, oh, we're eating. We're gonna have a whole big meal of nefarious. So let's watch it again. I'm gonna take it down to 1 speed because this is one of those moments where a witness just. This is as a defense lawyer, you just love when the witness is like, please kick my ass. Please. Here she goes.
No,
And it testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? And he doesn't say to the jurors that it's nefarious. It's he's like, why would you say nefarious? I didn't call it nefarious. I didn't say nefarious. You said nefarious. And this is another reason for witnesses to just answer the question. Because if you go on some rambling off script explanation, you can potentially give the other lawyer a whole big stick to go on there. Why would you say nefarious?
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you.
Actually, let's jump ahead a bit here. So we got to the nefarious. Let's go to hereabouts. And we're going to take it back up to 1.25 because we had our little delicious moment there. And yes.
That while driving back.
Jackson, I think, played that really well because he went with, or do you think it looks like it's nefarious? Or the chat is telling me that I'm pronouncing it wrong because clearly it must be nefarious. Nefarious. And we are one super chat away from the red solo cup goal. There we go. There it is. I might have dunked on that a little longer, and I think that my dunking on it a little longer might have actually been less effective than the way Jackson did it. Yeah, the way Jackson did it, I think, was more effective. All right, so we are now at red solo cup time, and I picked up a good beverage for it. I picked up a suitable product to have with the red solo cups. This trial is bizarre. All right, we got our red solo evidence cup. As clean as the driven snow, apparently. And you can hear Zora running around in the backyard. So, all right. Carrying on here.
To One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house. While driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight.
It's better when it's got Clamato in it. The Bud Light with Clamato with spice is actually pretty drinkable. So, yeah. Someone who's in the courtroom told lawyer, oldest member on the jury is in their 30s. I do think that's good for defense. Not so pro-police minded as older people, in my opinion. I'd agree. They've seen a lot. I do actually think that is good for the defense. Yes, with Clamato. This is now that I'm getting questions about the beverage, this is beer, arguably, debatably beer with Clamato and spices. And yes, I need it with, they don't sell the Modelo Michelada here where I am. So so I'd have to make it myself, and I can't really do that on the stream. So, yeah.
Correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
So you can see that we get more and more little inconsistencies. One of the things I always tell clients is don't talk to the cops. But if you're going to talk to the cops, especially don't talk to the cops more than once. Now, I just had so the husband apparently is yelling that they shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
So you think someone is missing, but the big issue is whether or not you should drive with a cracked taillight. Like that's the critical thing. who cares about driving with a cracked taillight? Because most people don't worry about that. Like most people, it's something that they'll fix when they can. But like, if I go out to my car and the car is on fire, I'm probably not going to drive it. If I go out to my car and the window is smashed completely out, like the front windscreen is smashed completely out, I'm probably not going to drive it. But if I get out to my car and somebody has cracked the taillight, I mean, I am definitely driving that car. I will probably drive it to the point, like I'll drive it to get a new taillight cover to replace it. But I mean, I'm not going to just be like, oh, I can't drive. I got to, call a taxi. Somebody was asking, what is Clamato? Clamato is tomato juice plus clam juice. I know it sounds awful, but it's actually really delicious. So, yeah. But yeah, this is another little inconsistency. This story keeps changing. And that's what he's trying to point out to the jury is like, hey, you've got a story. Why can't your story stay the same for like 10 minutes?
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back.
This is a replay.
To Meadows after
I
having
am
picked you up.
pre-recorded.
Correct?
I told him, she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to when Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right. Next.
Judge, stop interrupting the cross. Do not interrupt the cross. And she goes with, do you know that? She offers the witness a lifeline. If she doesn't, like, let the witness spin. Let the witness, don't go in and rescue the witness. Let the cross be a cross. Like, this is pissing me off so much.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that
So you see the giant difference between those two statements. I saw a crack in it versus it was broken and cracked and missing pieces. And once again, when he's asking her a question, she's like, can I see your evidence first? No, you don't get to see his evidence first. You answer, and then he can, catch you in a lie if you're lying. You don't get to see his cards. She must be miserable to play poker with because she's like, I don't know if I should hit or fold. I need to see your cards first before I decide whether I'm going to hit or fold. And it's like, that's not how poker is played. And she's like, but I need to see your cards though. Like, Jen McCabe plays poker.
saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked in missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times.
He's like, you keep trying to get this out. You keep trying to ram through your story. But I'm asking you if your story has changed. Did it change?
So, what I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked in missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked in missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection?
No, you can't. That's an empty threat because the judge is going to step in and prevent you from doing this. And you know you can't do it all day. She's not going to give you even 5 minutes of this. Like, come on. And I saw this question pop up. Hey, Runkle, if you could ask Jen McCabe one question on her story, what would it be? This is a tough one because if I could ask her one question, there's no way to get an honest answer out of her with one question. You have to be able to ask her like 16 questions in order to slowly pin her into even answering questions like, what color is your hair? Because for everything, she weasels. It's like, what color is your hair? She's like, I'm going to need a mirror. It's like, no, you're not. You know what your hair color is. Now, if I had the ability to ask her one question and get the truth, well, then at that point, I am legitimately a wizard because I don't see how else you ask her a question and get the truth. So, yeah, we will hit the weasel emoji on this one because that is exactly where she is. I see. I'm going to correct Gen V here. I saw Gen V. Where was that in the chat? She's so squirrely / weaselly. No, she's weaselly because in this chat we like squirrels. So she's just weaselly.
So look at a copy of this notes. If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
I just want to show you just her facial expression here, and we're taking it down to 1 speed so that it.
So look at a copy of this notes. If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
Do you see? She literally does the movie thing, like comic thing. She literally does the cartoon thing here for cartoon liars. Watch her eyes.
No, it wouldn't.
Eyes go right, eyes go left. She literally does the are you kidding me? She
No, it wouldn't.
If you put this in a movie, people would say the acting is shit because they would be like, oh my God, this is way too obvious. She's overplaying the, overplaying the lying. It's like, oh, she, the stereotypes of lying she is at. It is okay.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that.
So you're saying that it's entirely possible you could have told the story wildly differently on different occasions. Oh, okay. All right. You know, she is really weaseling around this point, and this does not reek of honesty to me. It reeks of something else. Just to put into perspective how much this testimony stinks. So, I got a deer pelt that I was meaning to try to tan, and then I forgot about it until after it thawed. So that is in my backyard right now, and I need to dispose of it because it has gone from bad to worse. And that like deer pelt that is going way past bad is less stinky than this testimony.
That's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told me that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mm-hmm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mm-hmm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I totally do need Rent a Vulture. That should be a thing.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
Right.
Asked to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
Can I approach?
Yes. Yes, it's not.
Oh, sure.
All right, so then they're going to go through a whole bunch of texts. We're going to jump ahead a little bit. Jump to hereabouts.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Mr. McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked.
Okay.
I'm not sure Jen McCabe has developed object permanence yet, so it is possible she doesn't think the jury can see her face if she's not looking at them. I'm also going to say this particular frame right here is like a whole vibe right here because she is staring like death at this guy while also flaunting the cross. And I'm like, that is a vibe.
Additional questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert,
She hates him. She hates him.
Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe.
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay,
sorry.
So the 4 of you?
Yes.
Okay, and does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening.
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
If you
February
want to
1st, yeah.
talk about nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
in the evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that concludes. 48.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as it goes to be a case statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Will, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you could orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yeah.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So this is interesting because this is from Brian Albert, but you see it's from blank. And so we've got Jennifer McCabe, who's the owner, but she's got somebody else in her phone as Coco. She's got Matt McCabe in the phone. And then she's got Uncle Banana. Is that what that says? Uncle Banana? I'm like, okay, that's weird. That's weird. Oh, Uncle Brian A. Okay. It looks like BNANA. And I was like, did she misspell banana? But it's BRIAN space A. Okay. When we get to Brian Albert, I am just going to have to call him Banana. Because I'm like, Banana? Okay.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
Common complaint is Hoss long to get a D&E
Is this
pizza.
in response to the text you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E.
Does anybody know, chat? You guys are very wise. I am not always very wise. What is the D and E? What does that stand for? I see somebody saying DNA pizza. Okay. Yeah, it is weird that it's D&E pizza and it's a sub shop. Because, like, normally I would assume that, the D&E pizza would be a pizza shop. But they say apparently subs. All right. I see people with some theories. This is probably not it. This is also probably not it. Also probably not it. Definitely not it. Don't eat. Yeah, I don't know. It's odd.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context.
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never.
See, this is odd because, I mean, both sides of this kind of take it as support for their own position, because they say, like, the people who are pro Karen Reed say this indicates deception. Tell them the guy never went in the house because that's the story. That's the official story. Or or it's just, this is a critical part of the story that we want them to tell. But it is weird to be like, tell them the guy. The guy. The guy. Now, I'm just going to say, the guy actually has more letters in it than John. John is easier to say. John is just one word. It's, fewer characters. I'm just going to say, if I die, I really hope that my friends are going to refer to me as something other than the guy. Like, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, I hope that, like, you guys are not going to be like, yeah, some guy died. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe.
Well, and here's the other thing is somebody says, Matt isn't friends with John. Even if Matt's not friends with John, you would still want to say, you'd still want to use the guy's name to other people, right? You wouldn't say the guy. You'd say John's name to his friends. Yeah, and I said the guy because I don't know him. We'll refer to you as the guy. Okay, well, maybe.
Directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's OMG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which is
Okay, I will give her that she's laughing a bit at the fact that she gets typos and so forth. Like, all right, fair enough.
for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
So they've got a reporter there who's like, I'm going to go have a sub at the pizza shop because that's a thing. And, you know, they're like, we need to grill this person and pump her for information. It's also weird that the eat is in quotation marks. Like, why wouldn't it just be eat? So, yeah.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it?
He's like, you missed one. We'll catch up.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard
It
if
feels
she
weird.
is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
All right, so they go through a fair number of texts here. I don't know if we want to go through all of the texts. We'll go through some of them.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie
Who's Carrie?
Roberts.
What phone are you?
So the thing is that you often just can't hand a big stack of texts. You got to get them read in through somebody. So that's what they're doing now.
Referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
She's telling him everything, as he put it at the first trial. All right, let's jump ahead to hereabouts-ish. No, go away, spinning wheel.
Your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive.
Yeah, depending.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
I hate this fact. Oh, I did skip the. All right, I will go back. We'll try to find it.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
I'm sorry, chat. I was wrong. We're going back. We're going back.
Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
We're gonna
Who's
knock
this
her up to
responsive text
1.5.
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
I did
4:35.
miss an important
What's
one.
this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
Huh. That's a whole statement. That's a whole statement right there.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
What does this read?
She liked the text about.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text.
By the way, you shouldn't like that text, but you should like this stream. Please hit the like button. It's much appreciated. And if you haven't, hit the subscribe button. So, yeah. It's a statement from before Karen was arrested. All of this is planned out. It's
Please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way.
what is it? A great segue, Ian. I think this one is more accurate. That was awesomely awkward. All right. Now let's jump ahead to. Let's see. It's about here-ish.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening.
You're
By the
not
way, does any
wrong.
of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
Gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
I believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restaurant at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going
So
to my
the
house.
So she wasn't with
inconsistencies
you at
just
your
keep
house. There would be no
piling
reason
up.
to drop the child off from your house.
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went to your house and did make it stop to 34 Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house.
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and still was somewhere.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come to the line and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
And yeah, she once again drops the she's dropping kids' names, and I'm like, you should not be saying kids' names in this.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now you're going to lose the fresh.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would refresh your recollection.
I don't remember denying it. Okay. She is a twisty weasel. I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine being in Canton and having to deal with these people all the time. If I was in Canton, I would just want to escape or drink a lot of scotch, which I'm going to drink a little bit of scotch. Not a lot, a little bit. And we are being classy here. We are drinking scotch out of a forensic evidence cup. Because, whoo, just imagine this woman on your HOA. Ooh. Oh.
Take a look at your prior testimony.
Sure.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted portion. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did.
Oh my God. I never stopped by, but we drove by. And those are completely different things. Like, if I'm on the jury at this point, I'm just like, is there a single honest word that escapes your head? Because, yep. But I mean, I don't know. This is a Canton jury. So,
Stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at it as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you maybe even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview. Did you say today?
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock. So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I really need to go through her testimony. Or maybe one of you will do me a favor. How many times does she say there's certain things I will never forget? Because it's like not one, not two. It's lots. She just keeps coming up with this line of there's certain things I will never forget. And it sounds super fucking rehearsed. She's like, I forget everything except the things that are convenient for my story. I'm bullshit on everything except the things that God, I hate that. Yeah. All right. So, let's let's keep, or let's maybe jump ahead a little bit. Yeah. We got the fan. We got the fan. By the way, the fan is a much more credible witness than Jen is.
So, jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions without looking. Okay.
You had a number of
This is important, and this is something that gets missed a lot. But what is it? This is when, like, often you'll have somebody with their notes, right? Like a police officer or something like that. And what is it? So you want them to answer the questions, and they have their notes. But the thing is you've got you know, especially on direct, you'll have the officer trying to read their notes, and that this is a good question as well. What is the distinction for marking evidence versus being moved into evidence? Okay. So let's say we've got a picture, and you know, the picture is, you know, it shows, I don't know, what's a good where's a good thing that could be? Do I have a picture of something here? All right, let's say we got a document. This document with the red thumbprint. So I ask a witness some questions about this document with the red thumbprint. And the witness says, I've never seen that document before in my life. I don't know what it is. So at this point, I can't enter this document into evidence because the witness says, I don't know what it is. I've never seen it. You know, I can't tell you what this document is because I've never seen it in my life. And so I can't make it an exhibit because it's not evidence yet, because we don't know what it is. The witness says, I don't know what it is. But I later want to show this document to another witness because I have a witness who says they showed this document to that first witness, right? They say they showed the document to the first witness, and, you know, and so I can say that first witness is a liar based on that, right? So, I want to make sure that I've got this I want to make sure that it's on the record that the document I'm showing witness number 1 is the same document I'm showing witness number 2, right? Because it has to be the same document, that I'm not showing different documents. So, notwithstanding the fact that at witness number 1, I can't enter this into evidence, what I can do is mark the exhibit for identification, right? I can say this is like document whatever, right? And then when I get to the witness number 2, I'm going to say, I'm going to show you a document for the court record. It's it's already marked for identification. And now the court and the court record knows that we're looking at the same document because I just got this one from the clerk and I haven't played any switcheroo bullshit, right? And so then when the second witness identifies the document and says that is a letter that was written, now I can get it into evidence. And now that document is in evidence and we already know it's connected to that first thing, right? So you mark it for identification so that you can, and sometimes you'll have things where you'll show a picture to somebody and they'll be like, don't know what that is. And then you have to get like who took the picture in, that kind of thing. So failing to mark something for identification can actually be super, super fatal to your case. Great question. Thank you, Nikki. I really, really appreciate the question because that is an excellent thing to sort of cover here.
Phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's 2 different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length? Right back to the phone.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right. So the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right. So the answer is no.
No. Oh, Judge, how are you getting this so wrong? Let's have a look at this.
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
So the answer to that is not no.
All right. So the answer is no.
No, it isn't, because her memory was clearly refreshed. She looks at it. Now she knows that she got the call. Does she know it's the exact time? No, but she's clearly refreshed, right? Her memory is clearly refreshed. And this is like, Bev is like, nah. Oh, well, as a pleasant distraction from that, thank you so much, Shay B, for the gifted memberships. That is huge. Thank you so much. This was so infuriating, so frustrating. And thank you for your streams and conversation during my night owl hours. Thank you for being here. It's really appreciated. And thank you so much for the generosity there. So the thing about whether, and I saw a question as well from Valkyrie Arts, and this is sort of all tying together here. I actually have a question. Why do people have to testify from memory when they have reports written down? Don't we want accurate testimony? I trust my notes as something over my memory of something. The thing is that you can't just use memory and notes because the notes themselves could be wrong, right? We actually expect people to be cross-examined. We expect them to be tested. But when they can't remember, when their memory runs out, when their memory is exhausted, and they say, I cannot remember any farther, right? Let's say, I write down some notes about what I was doing on a particular day, right? And so I go and testify about what I did on that day. One of the things is that my notes, I could have put a bunch of lies in it. And then the inconsistencies between what I remember and what actually, and then what are in my notes can be something I can be cross-examined on. But after I finish testifying and I'm like, I can't remember any further, they can say, listen, can we try to refresh your memory? Can you look at your notes? And especially that's good for little details, right? Especially there's good for little minor things that you might take notes on, but you wouldn't, like I got a parking ticket. I'm not going to show the parking ticket because it's got a bunch of other things. But, the parking ticket has the specific time of 11:15 on it, on a particular date. Specific time of 11:15. So, if I were to take that ticket to trial, and I'm not going to, I have already, I've already paid that ticket. But if I was going to take that ticket to trial, that officer, I might ask him, what time did you issue this ticket? And he'd be like, I issued the ticket in the morning, sometime this morning. And, it's like, can you remember the time? No, I can't remember the time. Would it refresh your memory to look at your notes? Yeah, it would. Okay, so he looks at his notes. Okay. Yeah, it was 11:15. That's what my notes say, right? Like that's appropriate. Yeah.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking. So this is again, you're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well,
Jim Jam with a fun question here. Speaking of Canadian traffic, when I visited Winnipeg, we could only turn left on some streets during certain times. What's up with that? That's actually common in a bunch of Canadian citizens, or Canadians, not citizens, cities. So for instance, I don't like driving downtown Vancouver because if you're downtown Vancouver, there's a whole bunch of streets where you can only turn left, and then the next streets you can only turn right. And it's a thing. And sometimes they only activate that during like busy hours. So yeah.
then
So,
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that the nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you.
This is actually Brennan being a decent person. I know people hate Brennan. Everybody wants to hate Brennan, and Brennan does lots of things to justify your annoyance. But Brennan here is like, she's being a wanker. So people didn't hear what he said. He's like, I'm objecting to the form of the question, but I don't object to the record. I don't object to the actual evidence. Like, I don't object to the actual timing of these things. I just object to, like, the way, I just object to him sort of badgering my witness. I mean, he's not badgering, but like that kind of thing. And he's like, we can just allow the evidence in. We can just allow the evidence in.
Objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along and
To the-
Somebody says he
Fine,
said
but
to
it-
take it easy.
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get
I don't
anywhere,
see
Mr.
that
Jackson.
here.
well, then
So
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you.
So he's saying, I have no objection to the, I'm seeing some people saying it's later and some people saying it was, to make it easy.
It's not
Let's,
see that
let's
there's,
just go
The next
back here.
phone call from, with that number.
yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay, is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make it
calls.
easy.
Excuse me?
The only objective.
Okay, so he says something easy.
Call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
The only objective form, I don't object to.
Okay, so here's what Brennan is saying. This is what I hear. And I know that there's people later who have a different thing. He says, let's make it easy. He doesn't tell her to take it easy. He says, let's make it easy. I don't like the question, but I'm going to allow the record in. I don't see anything improper here. I don't see anything wrong from Brennan. He just says, I'm going to make it easy here and just say, you can tender this. I've done this. So, I mean, I had a file, the prosecutor wanted to get in a picture. And this picture was, they were going to get the picture into evidence, right? It was not a good picture for my case, but they were going to get it into evidence because they had like 4 witnesses who could properly tender this picture. But they're trying to get it in with this first witness. And the prosecutor was a junior prosecutor. I knew they were going to get this picture in, right? 100%. This picture's coming into evidence. But this prosecutor was stumbling with how to actually tender the picture into evidence because they just didn't know the steps. And so they were like asking some questions, and then they went to the judge and they're like, can I have this marked as an exhibit? And the judge is like, no, not yet. And so they asked some more questions that were kind of wandering off into the weeds. And then they're like, can this be marked as an exhibit? And the judge goes, still no, you're still not there yet. The question, by the way, that they were failing to ask the witness at the time was, is this photograph a true and accurate representation? And the witness was like, they just didn't ask that, so the witness can't answer it. And I knew they'd get there eventually. I just didn't want to wait an hour for this prosecutor to stumble through this shit. And so eventually I'm just like, defense consents to the admission of this, defense will admit this photo into evidence. And the judge is like, okay, fine. Because they were going to get it into evidence. There were so many people who could, it was just like the prosecutor was going to get there. So, yeah. How dangerous is a prosecutor who used to be a defense lawyer? It depends, because that doesn't necessarily mean skilled, but it does, it can mean that they have more of a perspective.
The record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then
So
I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I appreciate
Is that
that.
the nature of the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you.
This is actually Brennan doing a solid, right? He's just being decent. I got no issue with Brennan here. He's being decent. Runk, are you going to be on House of Dragons soon? If I had any way to be an extra on House of Dragons, like just some random dude in the background, I would totally do it. If you are in Hollywood casting and could put me as like random background and, background person on House of Dragons, like just like extra number 72, call me.
I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I keep getting people asking me, like, are you going to be able to make it into like one of these things like the Lord of the Rings thing or whatever? And I'm like, I don't even have any clue as to how I do that. Ian, do you get a response on your filing? No. You have to sign up with a talent agency and pay them to sign up. I don't even know where I'd start with that. So I don't even know where I'd start with that. House of Dragons is set. I don't even know if it's still running. So yeah.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m. lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
This is interesting because Michael Proctor got a lot of airplay in the opening, right? Jackson put a lot on Proctor in his opening statement. This is really the first we're starting to see Proctor coming in, right? So, yeah.
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Ricky,
Yes.
give me a shout
Okay.
sometime.
And you had in
to
fact,
chat.
and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had,
Can I just say how tiresome she is on this? I mean, they're getting out Proctor, they're getting out Proctor, they're getting out Proctor. Yeah, I don't hate the judge interjecting at times. I feel like she's hurrying a case she's very over. If she stops when they're defense witnesses, this is the thing, is she very much seems to be leaning on the scale on that. So we'll see.
spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time.
Zora has opinions. I suspect that opinion is that there's pizza here. And I may have texted Mrs. Runkle just going, there's pizza being talked about in this case, and now I crave pizza. So that's probably Zora going, pizza at the door. Yeah.
It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September
I like pizza.
or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
She's feeling
I
a
have
bit
been
better
interviewed
now.
by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Mrs. Runkle could hear me because she just texted, unfortunately not. Apparently it's not the pizza yet. She just texted me, unfortunately not. Yeah.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe
Oh,
of
that's
2023.
Potter.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of
I
the
do.
interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error. Correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is
This sounds to me like there might be a pizza there because that is Potter with the big bark. All right, so let's watch this objection.
See the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote, you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error. Correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
so again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so the objection is basically, she can't testify to whether another witness is lying. She can only testify to whether she's lying or not. And so, Potter's got opinions. I gotta check on Potter. Like, Potter's got such opinions, and I see him by my door. What are you doing, Potter? What's going on? Whoop. Hey, buddy. We've got a Mrs. Runkle in the background, so I'm not opening the door all the way. But Potter is right there because he is guarding the Mrs. Runkle. He's making sure that she is okay. So, nobody likes Jen.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I exactly like these.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
So it's basically you can't testify as to somebody else's truthfulness. All right, where are we now? We are there. We should jump to here.
That you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone
Okay, that's a pizza.
calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
I feel like this might be
There
the
was a call
scammer.
at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18
No
and
anchovies.
47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says
Yeah,
unknown.
no, same here.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls that you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second.
So here's the thing about a butt dial. So let's say my rear end dials a number somehow, because I'm like, how does my rear end unlock my phone? How does it pass facial recognition? But let's say somehow my rear end makes a phone call. So it calls Mrs. Runkle. Mrs. Runkle is probably gonna, like, the thing is that she might get the number, like she might be like, hey, hang up your phone, right? That happens. But in that case, you would expect the other person on the end of the butt dial to be able to testify, I got this weird butt dial. And I was speaking to Runkle's anus for like 35 seconds and I wasn't getting anywhere because it didn't have anything interesting to say. All of the interesting things he has to say come out the other end. And then I hung up. But we don't actually have that in this trial. We have all of these people saying it must have been a butt dial, but nobody seems to have like actually talked to the butt. Nobody seems to have actually got the butt dial, end of the butt dial. And I'm like, how is it that we are having all of these butt dials and everyone's like, oh, it must have been a butt dial. Who actually got butt dialed? Where was the butt dialing bit happening? I don't get it. It's so bizarre. It is weird to me, and I'm just like, oh my God. How does this not make any sense? Sometimes butt dials can happen. They're rare in the modern era, but yeah.
Question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it. I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted?
So this is interesting because she makes all these butt dials. All the butt dials. And what doesn't show up on the phone extraction? The butt dials. Well, that suggests that somebody was deleting the butt dials. Why would you bother deleting a butt dial? Did your anus delete the call? Because we're getting to the point where your anus is very talented. Like, it should maybe be in a circus, because can it juggle? Like, what other tricks does it do? Does it throw knives? And, yeah,
With that at the last hearing, a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So
I think it's very common to do butt dials. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay. I don't know when the last time I did a butt dial was. Like, it doesn't happen. Why is your butt making so many phone calls? And this seems, it's like, okay.
Conspiracy.
I saw some people in the chat asking for that. The thing is like, people are like, isn't it so, like, they say, wouldn't the conspiracy argument be so unusual? I'm like, but then you're asking for, like, the butt dial this, and I'm like, now we're into this is weird. this is more unusual. So yeah.
You have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also
Oh, it really. I unlocked the phone and then it butt dialed. Like, okay, I don't buy this at all. She's like, that happens to me all the time. I don't have a pigeon overlay. Do I have a pigeon overlay? I don't. I do not. I don't. Let's see, what overlays do I have? Not a lot of them. I've got this. That's not helpful. I've got this. That's not helpful. Also not helpful. Yeah, I don't have a pigeon overlay. I got Zora. Zora's an overlay. No pigeon. I might have to fix that.
requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, no. Make phone calls.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you. I know what you should tell him. The fucking truth. Tell him the fucking truth. I don't know what to tell you. A little honesty would go a long way.
Yes.
Messages?
Mhm.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, approach.
Okay.
I gotta go see if there's pizza. I'll be right back. I will be just 1 second while I see if there's pizza. Yes. All right. Now we'll get rid of the annoying music. I'm sorry about that. I have pizza now. You want to know how much my dogs are trained? So Mrs. Runkle is eating pizza, but she does not eat her, or she eats her pizza crust. She consumes the pizza crust. So I don't. And so the instant the dogs heard me getting the pizza, they were like, ooh, ooh, ooh. It's like, dogs, I haven't eaten it yet. You don't get the pizza crust until I actually eat the pizza. So, yeah. All right. So then they go to the OnlyFan.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct?
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's at the record show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call, you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes,
When you make a call that's missed, it generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
it does, yes.
So then you
Why don't you leave any but voicemails? Why is your anus not leaving voicemails?
have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct?
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. Now, actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it. You got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
for
missed call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
How the fuck is your anus pulling all of this off? Canton is home of some of the most talented assholes. And seems like every witness we get, with a few exceptions, are assholes. And they're dialing. All those assholes are dialing.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12.
So we have a goal that's completed, which is the story of me getting stuck. So I bought some land. And on this land, I was driving along, and the land, like the road was pretty good. Road was great. And then I get to a place where there's this loop in the road, and the loop in the road, part of that was not actually like, it was cleared like a road, and it had tracks like a road, but it was not good road. It was, when I tried to drive on it, it just turned out to be purely mush. I tried driving on it, and my car just sunk right down, like right down. And to show you how bad it was, yeah, this is the picture I posted from Twitter. I'm just gonna shrink myself even further, or maybe we'll stick myself right there. So this is my car, and you can see that furrow that is exactly the shape of a tire. Mm-hmm. But you can see how that looks like road, right? You can see how that looks like it's safe to drive down. But nope. Nope. And yep, I had to get that out. So I called my realtor, the realtor who sold me the property, who I bought the property through, and I was like, hey, I see hide my DM. That's not my DMs. That's replies to the, those are all public replies. Those are not the DMs. I can move it over, but that's not DMs. Those are replies to the thing. So I called my realtor and I was like, hey, do you know any of the landowners nearby? And he was like, no, but I will roll out. And so he showed up with his truck and a winch. And he winched me the heck out. And it took like 90 minutes. This road is not on Google Maps. It's not on Google Maps at all. But yeah, I thought I was stuck. I thought that car was going to just be stuck there forever. So, yep. No, the boards were brought by my realtor. This was after he showed up. So he brought those to, so yeah, I really appreciated the heck out of that. So that's Isaac Christensen. He did excellent work for me. So if you're looking to buy some Alberta land, he did some mass, like that was above and beyond. All right. So, yep. Here we go.
Not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused. Are you talking about,
Yeah, let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview,
Oh, I'm sorry.
what
Okay.
time did you get home today?
I was,
The neighbors on all sides are all basically just like empty land right now. So, all right.
after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think, yes.
You used Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many
She's like, I refuse to acknowledge that I used Google.
times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay. It was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top of
certainly
my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27
Oh, so now you Googled it. Great.
a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m. Right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know if I searched. How about just being an honesty expert so you could answer what you searched and what you didn't search? Like, just be an honesty expert. And the thing is she had none of these memory issues when she was on direct examination. So this is a textbook case of the brainworms, the Canton brainworm. Canton brainworm attacks after you're finished direct examination. It devours your ability to remember even basic facts. And then, but there is a cure. The cure is redirect. And then suddenly they'll remember everything once again.
You're well aware, you don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that, you've been told that, you've seen it, you've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you.
So he's just asking, there was a Google search. And she's like, which one? He's like, a Google search. Anything. Did you search for Hockomock Sports? Did you search for Ozone Basketball? Did you search for how much fentanyl to kill my husband? Did you search for, I don't know, the weirdest possible porn? I don't know. Like, I don't care what you searched. Did you search literally anything? Like, anything.
Those were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
Just answer the fucking question.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to.
Just Google luxury prisons for really annoying people.
Right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? Yes. I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police.
Did your anus Google it? Like, what happened? Oh, maybe we should be talking to the anus. Maybe the anus is better at answering questions.
Asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment now.
Yes.
It's not about what you'd appreciate. You're on the stand. You're required to answer questions.
I need a quick minute to find the record that I dropped here.
I wonder what Alessi was saying there.
I'll sit Ms. outside by will. If Ms. Little wants to keep looking, you can just like that.
All right, we'll jump to when she gets back up here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not me. I think it's Alessi's chair, but I'm not sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
I didn't delete any comments. I didn't delete anything there.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a
I
Celebrate
do.
record, yes.
And did you see the
Hi,
time
can you
of the Google
post my
search?
shirt there?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Is that
That is the most petty sniping, please, thank you, that I've ever heard there. We need a new goal. This is a good goal here. The dogs will appreciate it.
record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold, yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay, and you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold, is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim that that was at 6.
So she keeps wanting to introduce stuff that he's like, I don't want you talking about this, but she's like, I want to say it. You know, just answer the questions.
23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Oh my God. She's like, I'm going to quibble about the exact word. Like, come on. Come on.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or
So
anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident,
Wait, what? We don't talk about what we're going to testify before or say before testifying. You've been doing that extensively. Like there's been so much coordination and now you're saying we don't. Okay. All right. All right.
and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discuss it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it.
I bet they talk about very little else other than this trial. Like, I am just, yeah. We don't talk about this. It's like, I'm betting you do. I'm betting you do a lot. Yep.
In the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She ever told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied?
Yes, there's brainworm merch. Tide, are you able to link the Zazzle store for the brainworm merch? Because, yeah. Runkle, have you ever had such a Weasley witness on the stand during cross? Yes, and the judge called it, the judge in ruling on it, because it was a judge-alone trial, was like, yeah, that witness was incredibly invasive. So, yeah.
Hearing that statement.
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Ooh, that.
Hi, judges, feel free to stand up and stretch.
All right, so we got the. There's a link in the chat there for the if you want to get the brainworm merch. Maybe I should pin that. Pinned. There we go. Pinned.
Resource that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client.
No.
You read that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out of the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes,
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, you saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister, who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
This is one of those places where you'd want to be able to say, no, she's not here right now. But nope.
She witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you
And you're so credible at this point, right? This is the problem. It's like, are you really that credible? Okay.
wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question?
He's like, now the thing is I would have a good answer to this because I'd be like, no, I'm just Canadian. That's what we do. But he's like, hey, you're apologizing a lot.
You don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15.
I didn't count. And he's like, I did. I did.
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that.
Then how come there's only one thing that is deleted? How come only one thing got deleted out of all the stuff? How come it's just the one thing? Like, what, your phone just decided that it was gonna do a weird one? Like, no, I don't buy that at all. Like, sorry. Nope. Because if it was some sort of error, then it would happen to more than one thing, right? It's so implausible.
I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search.
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to
I see people saying maybe her husband did it. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure. Could I listen to it again?
With permission, one more time.
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that.
Runkleofthebailey@gmail.com.
You testified that it was Kerry Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
And here's the other thing. If they say that this is, if they say that this like text or that this search was made at just, 6 whatever, then why is it deleted? Why is it deleted? It's like, why? So
Just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Ms. Roberts has, just to distinguish, Ms. Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Ms. Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Ms. Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please.
I'm told I'm blocking the video. I'll move.
Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he's a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Kerry Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
Some of these questions are not questions that they really care about an answer for. Yeah.
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Now I'm just gonna say I'm gonna make my usual Canadian rant. I'm just gonna make my usual Canadian complaint here, which is they're like, this is the worst blizzard that's ever blizzarded ever at all for any reason. And I'm like, is it? You wusses. They're like, we couldn't do anything. And I'm like, could you though? Yeah, I'm just like, Oh, well, it annoys me.
In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed?
Huh.
I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers.
Why does she keep getting the names wrong? Ms. Reed, and if you're the sort of person who happens to get names wrong all the time, you can just go with Miss. Like, that is totally acceptable. Like, that is, yeah. Now, I am told that my Brainworms shirt, why is my Brainworm shirt not showing? It should be. It says it's live. Why is it not showing? All right. I see people saying that they can't get the Brainworm shirt. So, does this link work for you guys?
Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolt. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it?
All right, she's going to gesture to a bunch of things here. We can skip ahead a little bit. We're going to jump ahead a wee bit.
Yeah, just a moment. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between
I was.
among you and Gary Roberts and Ms. Reed.
I was.
You noticed
How
when
about that?
Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe,
The guy, and so forth. So, but no, she says it was, says no longer available. What the hell? Why is my product no longer available? God dang it. Did they screw me on that? I got to figure that out. That is making me very annoyed. And then it wants me to verify my number, but it won't actually verify. Okay, what the hell? All right, I got to figure that out. That's obnoxious.
When you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
So this is fun because he's like, hey, why aren't you, why is this, so, I mean, I was noting this was a direction I'd go, but, they're certainly going here.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it's about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention.
Why is it doing that? No, I'm guessing my, let me see. Did my VPN drop out? It did. It did. All right. We're going to try this again. That's annoying. Oh, now I got to find my space or where I am. It's like the VPN drops out.
Slowly drove back.
Where were we? Stupid Boston. I have no idea why they don't allow it to be played in Canada, but yep.
In that clip with law enforcement, between them on you and Kerry Roberts and Miss Reed.
I was.
Well, I've got my emotional support pigeon.
You noticed when
Why is that not showing up?
Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back? Mr. O'Keefe?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Oh.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact,
Tide, if you could, and other people, I guess, check the Zazzle store and see if you can see the Brainworm shirt again. Because hopefully that's showing up now. Like hopefully this is I don't know why it wasn't showing up. So I just tossed a link. Hopefully it's showing up again.
a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Hit
You knew that
refresh.
minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say
going to
this is
give
my
a
friend?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I.
Wouldn't you name them? Like, I would name them. I wouldn't just say there is a man. So I wouldn't just say there's a man.
Thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and
And
I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
I mean, it does kind of matter, like that you know who it is. This does matter. Yeah. It does matter. It does matter. I guess other shirt design that I'm hoping is up is this one, which is the Canton Taillight Ferry. But yeah, if you want a fast response, you say a police officer is unconscious. You know.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been?
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. I think 911 comes to everyone equally. No. I'm going to tell you, no. Like, if I say there's a homeless guy passed out on the, in the park, they will get there in like 45 give a shits. If I say that there's a police officer face down unconscious in the park, I probably don't have time to burp before they're rolling in with a fucking helicopter or maybe a tank. Like, come on.
No, do you think?
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something?
Oh, and I'm being told I didn't share the screen on that one.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important?
Like, of all the least credible shit to say, I think 911 comes to everyone equally. Fuck off. Like, just that is so unbelievable that it's hard to fathom. Like, just come on. No, they don't. Like, no. The only t-shirt is pigeon business. Okay, I got to figure out what's going on with my Zazzle store because it's should be showing all sorts of things, but that's annoying because there should be like, options for the pigeon business. There should be options for the I ordered a food and this is brick. There should be options for the malicious law squirrel. There should be options for just the Runkle thing. I mean, hell, the Get Wrecked Small Cute Child should still be up for sale. So
Relay to the 911 officials.
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you are first responders?
No.
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road
I love
who might
this.
have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house.
No, if your focus was John, you'd go get the guy and who knows CPR and so forth, and also the fellow cop, and you'd be like, hey, get on out here, right?
You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house.
Oh, it's off. It's off to an angle? What, like you suddenly are unable to do geometry? Like, did you become a chess rook? You can only move in straight lines? Sorry, I'd love to save my friend, but it requires going 15 degrees off center. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh no, I would have to turn slightly. I'd love to save your life if only I didn't have to turn slightly. Like, oh, Jesus. Yeah. So anyway, he's going to continue ripping into her.
Not either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important. And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 20 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him...
And like making phone calls to your sister doesn't? Like, okay. All right.
compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know.
How do you know they're asleep if you haven't gone and knocked on their door or even shouted at their house? Like, how do you know they're sound asleep? And you know what the cure for being sound asleep is? You go bang on their door. Like, wake the fuck up. And you know what people do when you do? They wake the... Oh, no. Potter is coming. Like, see, it gets Potter moving, right? Like, Potter's coming. Potter's responding, so, yeah.
They were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't.
Oh, so you thought the cracked tail light was important at this point. So she's screaming she hit him. She had a cracked tail light, so you decided she was the person at fault. And then all those cops show up and all those first responders, and you don't go up and you just say, I think that woman right there killed him. Like, no. You are not pulling this shit.
But my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right.
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and that there was... she's throwing in shit that, is completely unrelated. She's just trying to... Oh. All right. So, yeah. We hit a goal. I got to feed some pups. I got to feed some pups some pizza bones. All right. Let's see this here. Whoop. Puppies. Potter, Zora. Oh. Hey, Potter. Oh. Why do you not want to come here? Okay. Potter. Oh. Oh, Zora, you little thief. Okay, Potter. There you go. Oh, shoot. I forgot to minimize. Forgot to let you guys see it. All right, Zora. Come here. Come here. Come here. There you go. I'm sorry, Potter. Jazz hands. Okay. Goodbye. You want another treat? Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Where are you going? You silly goose. There you go. You're getting weird. I don't know what. Potter's being a weird pup, and I don't. Oh, being a. I guess he doesn't like the light, but he was being skittish. All right. Comment. What is it? Botter is a big boy. He's a big dog. He is a big. You said the T word. My dog heard you. Thanks. I assume that's a fairly sarcastic thanks. Don't say that word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Potter. Jazz hands. So the symbol for I don't have anything more for the pups is this. It's just like nothing. I got nothing. But the first treat I threw it, Potter tried to catch it. He sort of nose bumped it and it bounced, and then Zora was like, mine. Mine. Yeah, he's a bit over 120. So yeah, he's a big pup. All right.
Jurors, lunch and break.
Lunch break. All right. We will jump over to back to her. She's really really not happening. Your jazz hands are super close to the ASL sign for all done finished. So that's perfect. It also shows that there's nothing in the there's nothing in the hand. So yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now I'm going to look up what the sign for done finished is.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly.
All right, now I was not super impressed with his redirect, but I mean, we can watch some of it. I was not super impressed.
Please tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, I'm
not going to read this one. Thankfully, my Great Danes and Great Pyrenees don't know the word blank. Blank is a 4-letter word, though. I'm saving all the dog owners who from pups there. All right.
And then
we're not going to do 2 times.
When we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming out the car. Like
1.75.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Let's describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement?
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people.
Can I just say I am not loving the law enforcement and so forth. The little the Boston R is starting to grate on me. The law enforcement, the so yeah.
From law enforcement, did they call you?
I'll allow that. Move along to this one.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
He is indeed a big boy.
On the day of the 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, to pick on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them? Did you?
Yes, she did. Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them? You gave a fake name to the FBI, and then you, and then you lied to them. Why lie to the FBI?
Ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brown.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
I'll allow it.
No.
All right, we're going to skip ahead because this is largely meandering and doesn't really land, but I found his redirect to be
You were asked
pretty
about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
weak.
I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really good.
Skipping ahead. Sidebar that never ends.
That the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach the clock for the witness?
Yes.
So this is an important distinction. It is not for the truth of the contents. It's just for what she was thinking. So,
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the call.
Okay. Okay, so it's John McCabe. Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49. Number 18, Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40. Number 19, please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I'll be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48.
I don't think this is all that successful. I mean, it is a little bit where they're trying to say that she is concerned because she doesn't know where John is, and therefore she can't have been involved in killing him. The problem is that you're doing it through reading texts. And you know what reading texts is? You know what reading texts does to a jury? It bores the fuck out of them. And yeah, this is a theory I've heard a lot. I don't know if it's true, but people saying that they didn't know where his phone was. You know, they put him out in the snow, that they didn't know where his phone was, so they were phoning the phone in order to try to find it so they could put it out there. I don't know if that's correct, but that's a theory I've heard a lot from people. So yeah.
I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. You have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
Objection.
I'll allow it to ask again, please.
168. 129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
I'll allow it.
Wait, the question.
Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach this particular test.
Come to sideline. Oh, sideline.
All right. I didn't think that this was really landing a whole lot, but let's jump to her getting a shot in here. This is going to be the last of the Jen McCabe, because I'm tired of Jen McCabe.
Here's running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember.
Oh, so again, there was a slight angle. They're not right in front. There's a slight angle. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser is on the other side of Barry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there's an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was.
I love the word
Correct.
cacophony.
Outside on the front lawn, yes. Side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
Nicole, yes, we are. Yep.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lane's house on redirect examination from his training just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped. Actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you
And I'm just going to say, no sleep till we're done. We're going until we're caught up, because I'm not catching up every day. We're not going to get further and further behind. That's not going to work.
stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lane's house, Sergeant Lane's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And
Did you see that? Let's
and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
and
she you know, she forces that in. Yeah.
You're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
The text messages. You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Or any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize.
I don't answer questions without it being a giant 20-minute production. You should know this, Jackson.
Because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe.
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's probably just checking to make sure that he's ready before he lets
Right.
it go.
Ms. McCabe, you are.
This is a very common thing that happens at the end of a cross. You're like, can I just make sure to check everything is done before I let this witness go? Because once you let the witness go, they're gone. Gone. Ian, could the police have entered the house that morning, or would they have needed a warrant? If they were refused entry, they would have needed a warrant. I don't know if they could have gotten a warrant, but they usually get to search in these things by consent, because you go up and you're like, hey, we found a dead dude on your front lawn. We just want to look around. Can we look around? And usually people are like, yep, go ahead. So, yeah. All right, let's jump a bit to this witness. Her.
Police lab, what was your position and title that you were
I
initially
did play
hired
that part.
Was
That was a
initially
long time
hired as
ago.
a chemist 1 in the drug identification or narcotics unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a chemist 2 position after about a year.
Okay, that's enough from her. She's a blood alcohol analyst. Her job, that literally is going to be enough from her. We're not going to listen to any more of her. The entire reason she's here is to read one alcohol concentration to another. And so she's going to be like, I did math. I mathed the one blood alcohol into another blood alcohol. Cool. What does the other side say in cross-examination? Isn't it true that this math is based on, like, you got, data from, people who don't follow proper lab procedure? And she's like, I guess that's what they told me to do. So at the end of the day, she tells us nothing that is super interesting, and we can just skip right by her because that's it. It's just, that's the blood concentration. That's what she's there for. I don't think she's lying or anything like that. She seems like she's just a very, honestly testifying witness. She gives up things on cross-examination. She whatever. But at the end of the day, literally, it's just, I mathed one blood alcohol into another blood alcohol. So that's it. That's it. Okay. So let's skip her because that's really all we need from her. And then we can go to this dude who, because of the unfortunate nature of my pause, looks like he's dropping a deuce in the witness stand. I may have really done this guy dirty on the pause. Oof. Yeah, that is all right. Let's listen to him.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I get the sense that there's a lot of people who were born in a small town and live their entire lives in a small town and are going to die in a small town and will probably never visit anywhere else. And that their experience with the world is they have been as far as the local pizza shop. That's it. So, yeah.
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay.
Oh, you were in a vehicle. Okay, awesome. That sounds riveting, but let's jump ahead a little bit.
I'm inside the car.
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
And the siren is just like continuing on.
If I may. I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor.
Did he?
Waiting for the siren, Your Honor. I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor.
No. Can I? There we go. There we go. I feel like this is the vibe of this particular witness right here.
If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you...
I gotta ask, Americans of the chat, how common is it to have a flagpole? Like, is that a common thing to have a flagpole outside your house? Because nobody has a flag here. Like, nobody has a flag at all out where I am. And if they do, they're probably some variety of, how do I put it? In Canada, if somebody's got a flagpole, they're probably some variety of asshole. So I'm seeing super common. Okay. Very uncommon for where I am. So, yeah.
Said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on. Did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
So he's there for 5-10 seconds and he doesn't see anybody go in. Okay. Super freaking useful.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Okay, so this is the baguettes of walking around. Let's take to like something a little more useful.
Of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down on both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't.
So this is not good for the prosecution. Brennan calls this guy to be like, you didn't see anybody walk to the house, did you? And he's like, nope. And then it's like, and then Yanetti's like, how many people did you see in the vehicle? And he goes, one. Did you see any other people in the vehicle? Nope. Did you see a dead body? Like, you know, this guy just says there's one guy in the vehicle. And it's Karen Reed. And if Karen Reed's the only person in the vehicle, then where the fuck is John O'Keefe? Right? Is John O'Keefe like hiding under a thing? The other thing I just want to note here is this guy is a lovely witness. This guy clearly gives no fucks. He just wants to be here. He wants to testify about his shit. He wants to leave. You know how few fucks he's giving? You know how few fucks this guy gives? He is here in a button-down shirt and a tie and a hoodie. Shirt, tie, hoodie. This is my new uniform for people who are telling the truth because they don't care a damn bit about anything, because otherwise you would not be wearing shirt, tie, or I guess not hoodie, but like, what is that? Like it's a sweater? Like it's, I'm like, or yeah, shirt, tie, pullover. Okay. It's not got a hood. That's fair. It's a sweater, like a pullover sweater thing. But he's like shirt, tie, sweater. Yeah, I'm just like, all right. This guy does not care at all. And because he doesn't care at all, he's just rocking in. He's like, I'm just going to tell the truth. I'm going to tell whatever. And the thing is when Brennan's asking questions that he thinks are helpful, he's like, yep, that's true. That, yep. You know, yep, no, yep. You know, he's just straight up. And then when he's asked questions from Jackson, who's like, hey, he doesn't have a dog in this fight. He's like, we're just doing this thing. So, yep.
See a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
He's like, yep. And is this in controversy?
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat.
I'm sorry,
in the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that. Just happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
I like this guy. This guy is just here to take care of business. He's like, I'm going to testify to what fucking happened, and then I'm gone. Good for him. And the other thing is, at the end of the day, he ends up being a bad witness for the Commonwealth because his testimony is she ain't that, like, she's there and John's not. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
I mean, that he might be a dick elsewhere, but he's fine in court. In court, he's just like, here's the evidence, and boom. I find him credible in court.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
Ooh. Ouch. They're bringing in the X. Bringing in the X. Okay.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house. Just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually we met up with friends.
All right. Chat's got some commentary I didn't have, but we're going to go look at that.
I want to... Do you know if you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
So this is something that mostly the women in the chat were saying. I was seeing the women in the chat saying, yeah, that's over. Like, he done. That's over. Yeah. That is done and over. I found her, she kind of reminds me a little of Alita from Legal Bites, but Alita's a nice person. So and so she doesn't go to Canton.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house. Just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant
Could you name them? Like, do they have a
or a bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
This is also refreshing. It's like, he's like, did the alcohol affect you? She's like, yep. Were you impaired? Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, honestly, this is the thing.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay.
Whenever alcohol is involved in a criminal file, if you've got a witness, you always ask them about their drinking. Always, 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 always. Because if the evidence is bad, it's coming in from the other side. If the evidence is good, you want it out. But like, you almost always ask people about their drinking. Like if somebody came to, like if I witnessed a crime right now, there was a gunshot, I look out the window and somebody's getting shot, Bob is nowhere around. Bob somehow manages to avoid this particular hypothetical. He's got an alibi, but I witness a shooting. the first thing they'd be asking is, how much were you drinking? And I'd be like, well, it's on stream. So I have 1 Bud Light, 1 weak pour scotch, 1 can of gin fizz over the course of 3 hours and 40 minutes. So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty sober. So, but you want to get ahead of that. If it's your witness, if it's not your witness, you want to hammer them on it, right? So typically, what'll often happen is the Crown will call a witness and they'll say, and the Crown's the prosecution where we are or where I am. And they'll say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much were you drinking? And they'll say 3 out of 10. And it's like, well, you had, you had a bourbon. Yes. You had 1 whiskey. Yeah. You had 1 scotch. Yeah. And 1 beer. Yeah. And you drank an entire bottle of 4-liter bottle of vodka. And they'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, you were drunk. And they're like, maybe 4 out of 10. I'm like, no, you were smashed. You were like an 8 out of 10, weren't you? And they'll be like, 7. And you're like, okay, I'll take 7.
That was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you
One
remember
bourbon, one
generally
scotch, and
or
one
specifically what time that was?
It's been a
Late
while since I heard
midnight.
the song.
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a good rule for law too. And the other question lawyers will always ask, if you are talking about how much you drank, they'll say, did you pour your drinks or did someone else pour your drinks? And if they say, oh, I poured my drinks, the question that always gets asked, at least here, is did you measure your drinks with like a measuring device or did you free pour? And the reason why we ask that is that people who free pour tend to over pour. Like they think that they're going to have an ounce, but they typically have 3 ounces in their pour, right? So that's why we ask, like, did you free pour? Because if somebody's saying I had 4 drinks and they're free pouring hard liquor, that 4 might be more like an 8. So, yeah.
When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No,
Were you driving?
I was not.
This is the thing. Almost no one does. I sometimes measure my own pour, but the time when I measure my own pour is when I'm like, if I'm making a, what do you call it? A paper plane. Because a paper plane is like 3/4 of an ounce, 3/4 of an ounce, 3/4 of an ounce, 3/4 of an ounce, right? So you measure the pours so that you actually get one that tastes like a paper plane at the end. Mixed drinks, people will often free or measure pour, but yeah, not so much on other things. But if it's just like, rum and Coke, people just fill Coke and then fill rum. But the more complicated mixed drinks, people will measure out.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember some
Paper plane, Plane. Paper plane is a lovely drink. Aperol, Amaro Nonino, bourbon, and lemon juice in equal portions, 3/4 of an ounce of each. You shake that over ice, and then you pop it into a cocktail glass. You end up with a lovely sort of pinkish drink. A paper plane. The first 3 taste like a lemon drop, like the candies. And then after that, they taste like a lemon drop with a slight floor aftertaste because it's 3 kinds of alcohol mixed together. So, yeah.
point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual.
Yeah, this is the thing. The food industry, like a bar or a restaurant, will absolutely measure it because they don't want to give you too much. It's, they measure it out because an ounce is basically cheaping you out on what you'd get at home. So, yeah.
Bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe to the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Did you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's taillights?
So this is contradicting Ryan Nagel because he said the dome light was on. So yeah.
They were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car.
Where did you see her?
In the driver's side.
Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
Oh, you didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver? No.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
So is there theory that she smokes John O'Keefe while they're there behind him? Like, how does this work? Like, they're saying, oh, he's not there anymore. Is the theory that while there's this other vehicle behind them and other people out there, that's when he smashes, that's when she smashes into John O'Keefe, sends him flying off the thing. I'm like, what? Right? Like, they're not supposed to notice like this major, like, I'm like, how does this make any sense? This only makes sense if John O'Keefe gets out and goes into the house and they don't notice because they're talking to Julie Nagel, right? I could see them not noticing John O'Keefe leaving the vehicle and going into the house. I certainly cannot see them not noticing a vehicular, like, sending him flying and, like, come on.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
I'll allow it.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was
Sorry
discussed?
about that, folks.
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't.
She's like, I was smashed and it was 3 years ago and I was in the back seat. I was on my phone. I was fucking around on like TikTok or whatever. And I was probably watching some cute cat video that keeps me from noticing what the hell John does because it's a cute cat video. Or maybe a cute dog video. See, cute dog video. You would not notice John walking into the house if you're watching that. So,
say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I'm drunk. I'm tired. I want to go home and sleep. That's it. I don't have any interest in like any of this other stuff. And I see a request for more Potter. So more Potter. handsome Zora in there. I mean, haven't you all been there when you're just like, what is it? When you're just like, I am drunk, I want to go home, right? Is the Potter as in Harry Potter, or how did he get his name? It is as in Potter, as in Harry Potter, and he got his name because when he was a puppy, Potter very much like he's got a little splotch on his forehead, and when he was a puppy, it was absolutely lightning bolt shaped, and then he got older and it became blob shape, and so like Potter the puppy has this like absolute lightning bolt shape, and then Potter the older dog, you can see I mean, he's so cute, but that blob on his forehead is not lightning bolt shaped at all. So yeah, it is. It's just sort of faded out. Do witnesses ever testify high or drunk? It's happened a number of times. There have been trials that have been adjourned because witnesses show up smashed. So yeah.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
She's like, I just wanted to get the fuck home. And that getting the fuck home ends up with me trapped in this trial for so long. He's just like, oh my God, I just want to be gone. She's like, please let this end. And the thing is I've been there where you're sitting there and like you get into a car and you're like, okay, take me home. And they're like, one more bar. And you're like, no, no, I just want to go home.
And Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion.
Right.
Right? And she came out.
Julie is a pain in the ass. That's what this comes down to. They're like, we're here to pick you up. Get in the car. And she's like, I'm not done drinking. And she's like, no, get in the fucking car. I want to go home. And they're like, come party. And she's like, no, I just want to go home. Fuck.
To speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so?
I'd say.
Like a back and forth about who's going where?
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house and the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. I thought the Commonwealth kind of, it's like, okay, you called a couple of witnesses who said they never saw anyone go in the house, but that didn't move things for me. All right, let's go to, let's go over here.
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first...
Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back
You've got a degree. Get the fuck out of Canton.
on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with?
All right, this is boring. We're going to skip ahead a little bit.
Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
Were people drinking alcohol? It's Canton. People are drinking alcohol as they're performing surgery in Canton. Were they drinking alcohol? Okay, do we even need to ask at this point?
Of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview.
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else.
Like, unfortunately, I feel like Higgins is one of those people that's like, people know him, but it's like nobody's happy to know him. Nobody really says they're Higgins' friend. Everyone is like, I know Higgins.
You said Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who got back?
All right, so this continues to not be interesting. We're skipping ahead a little bit.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it.
Compare it to cocaine. Compare it to cocaine.
But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So
this loaf of bread gets some real time in this. So yeah.
One of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly? Joking around.
Do you remember that?
So this is interesting because one person says that it was because of the storm. And then the other person is like, well, or she says, that it was because and I'm like, it doesn't much matter, but it is an interesting contradiction. I don't think it goes anywhere, but it's interesting.
That moment having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was super uninteresting. And I mean, I guess that her thing is just to say that she didn't see John. Okay.
Morning.
Back to high school.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. Which cousins are they? Last names.
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you
So that was the leading question, was the issue there.
hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under question by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at the time when you left, just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30, 1:45. Yeah.
So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
The yard is flat.
Yes.
You can see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You're looking in that direction when you walk out the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to
She's
the yard
able to
again.
turn.
Walk over
Okay,
to the car.
Yes.
As soon as you walk out of the stoop, you have to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
you indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Is it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, or did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He's at the car.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door, as you did, to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna have just a moment.
Okay.
He's like, is there anything else I need to ask her?
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Okay. Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you?
They're like, we got to bring Proctor in because Proctor matters. Okay, so we got Proctor has entered the room here.
Why he waited 9 months to contact you? Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. May we approach?
All right. I don't know that she's actually super useful, but let's get on to
Working as a paramedic?
We'll get on to this one.
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
All right, so she starts out sort of super boring, going through her, like, she doesn't care. Let's keep going here. Let's
repeated it again. I hit him. And the officer then...
Whoop, we'll go back here. So this is why she's being called.
Moving around the scene, so I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you, in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
So wait a minute. You're saying that She tells a sergeant, I hit him. And then the sergeant signals to somebody, like, and then she walks out of there like, everybody's fine with this? This makes no sense to me whatsoever, but okay. You know, go on. Go on.
She first told you that she had hit him. You said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was
Sustained. There was disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what you...
Okay, I mean, fair enough. She is not an investigator, but like, it is weird that they don't have any thing there. So let's jump ahead a little bit because she's going to drop some information here.
Very briefly, your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert? Objection.
I love it. No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things, that insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. You understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
was it Mr. Lowry?
It could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember specifically.
Ms. Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you complained that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, McCabe is standing across from you.
Miss Reed was on the
Sorry,
right,
folks.
Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
I'm really
Tell me if
sorry
you
about that.
recognize the still shot in that photograph.
I recognize me in it, yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing as that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Miss Reed's to your right, Miss McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
Can I retrieve?
50?
That little blast
Do
of
you remember the name
static
of the
we
officer,
get for no reason is
that was
just like,
standing directly across from you when you indicate that the
oh,
statement was
it's
made?
I didn't know, but I am
it's
aware
on
now.
recording.
And by the way, that officer is what?
Officer Sarif.
You were
All right.
describing a situation in which you're standing there,
Jump
Miss
ahead a
Reed is
little
next
bit.
to you,
You need to calm down. Stop saying that.
right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say. It's calm down, right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Well, you'll agree that Miss Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Sarif, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
That was running as well.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yep.
So that door closed. Those doors closed. How many feet away? By the way, from where we were looking, how many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nuttall and Firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions, as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point, and you told Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert. We're going to get into some shit here.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, say close to transcript.
Sure.
Oh, it would help you to look at your transcript. Okay.
I have May 3.
Okay, thank you, Brennan. Thank you.
Remember?
Yes.
Let me wait for you.
No, no.
You see that? Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, well, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to be seen.
All right.
Your Honor, I'd like to be seen. I bet you would. Okay, let's see where this goes.
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up at the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school.
She's got some real contention as to whether or not she's friends with she's friends here or not. So yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll see.
Together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her.
Okay, so she starts off with I went to high school with somebody by this name, and then it comes out to and she seems to see Caitlin Albert slightly less than I see my wife. But only slightly. Yeah.
Over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
All right, skipping ahead a little bit. And
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
May I stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back? Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Yes.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh,
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
myself.
Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I mean, I grew up where we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Can I have this, please? The reality is, you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question. Your
Oh,
Honor.
go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends. A group of girls. We just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
Objection sustained. Objection sustained.
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Can I approach her?
No. Next question.
You just looked at the photograph.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting.
Sorry.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school, I'm sorry, I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I'm not actually sure what the objections are. I've been trying to figure that out, but I'm guessing it's a technicality, but I'm not certain.
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were the photographs themselves eliminated?
Last, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified.
I don't know why they're objecting every time the photos are mentioned.
Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with
hold
my
on one
question?
second.
Oh, sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up and that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is,
you have a memory or do
Can
you
you answer
not?
the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't
This is
understand
such
the
a
question.
slap
Ask it again.
fight
Sure.
right now.
Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer? Say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Captain PD. Wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or that setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role. You did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, McCabe. How long did you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides? Or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements, memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
No.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down, is that right?
Yes.
Hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert, is that right?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna skip past, I think, the rest of, well, most of the rest of her, just because there's a lot of like slap fighting, and I don't think a whole lot of it lands for either side.
Often to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing.
So the issue was whether or not she's taking notes, and she's like, I'm just writing on my gloves. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting there watching this, and I'm like, so this trial has solo cups. This trial has stop and shop bags. This trial has writing on gloves. Is this like, is this a normal thing? I see some people saying not uncommon. I used to do that when I worked. Okay. Normal for emergency medicine. Okay. I was just like, I've never seen the glove writing before, but very common medical emergency. All right. I was like, huh, that is interesting. Common practice. All right. Saving money, Runkle. Fair enough. I'm just like, how do you write on the gloves? Sure, okay. Temporarily there and then onto your report later. Fair enough. Still, it's a note. It's still a note. So, yeah. All right. Let's just sort of pop in here. Let's jump over to our next guy. And our next guy is also our last guy for today. So, and where does he come in? He comes in at about, well, here we go.
Follow me, please.
I do.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
Do you presently work? And he's like, no.
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a...
And it's ironic because he says 32 years, 8 months. 32 is also the number of hairs he has left.
particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would.
I'm sorry, I had to. Okay, carrying on.
Like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroads in Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a...
I mean, I'll take it. Temu.com Witcher, I'll take it.
busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with?
The thing is I'm wondering if his narcotics classes were anything like the what do you call it? I took a class on the bitter liqueurs. What do you call them? I'm blanking on the word. but I'm wondering if it's like that. Was there a tasting? Like
Other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase.
And you were super successful. There's like almost no oxycodone on the street anymore. Well done. Pity about the fentanyl, though.
In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I became deputy sergeant.
Wait a second. Did he say he went 15 years between promotions at the in law enforcement? Like he went 15 years? Y'all, that's a dead career. Like that is a career that like okay. So basically they put him on a shelf and that was it. Like by 15 years, he should have been like Lord Pope of the universe, but all right.
Exam,
Okay.
and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your?
How many times did you take the exam? Is what I want to know. He's like, I became like after 15 years. It was like, did he start taking the exam like 2 years in and then like failed it 60 times or something? So yeah.
First supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later, you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Sweet
Did
dog.
your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th to?
Now I'm just going to warn you guys, this is going to be some shit. Yeah.
Well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
Your typical New England blizzard is like a dry fart in Alberta. So, like, y'all can figure some shit out, because I'm not impressed. Like, I'm not impressed. They're like, it's a blizzard. It's, we must have had 3 inches of snow. And I'm like, dude, the only thing 3 inches does is disappoint your girlfriend. So
this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property.
He managed to Boston up area into area, and I'm like, okay.
Line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There might have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time, and what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind, and at one point, it was actually blowing in.
Skill issue. You got to tie it in a knot, dude. Like, it's not super hard.
It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use of putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Oh, no, did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this.
Sorry, you. Wait a minute. He's like, we find this guy and there's a bunch of pink blood. And I wanted to figure out why he was having the medical episode he was having. What kind of medical episode causes you to spray blood? Like, oh, I'm just going to have a minor medical episode in which I spray blood everywhere. Like, did you think he had like a minor touch of the Ebola? And like, we didn't think it was a crime. We just thought he was spraying blood around. Like, like, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to say if you think the guy's got Ebola, it's not time to start blowing it around with a snowblower.
Be a medical episode, and at that point, you didn't have any information it was a crime scene. Why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what?
Really? It hadn't occurred to you that you might look a little bit further? I'm seeing in the chat that this guy makes $300,000 a year, or made $300,000 a year. That's more than I make. substantially more because he's getting paid in US dollars. And he's like, we just looked right under him and we never thought to look 10 feet further. And I'm going, you guys are not getting good value for money. Like, if this is what's worth 300 grand, you could like return him and get a get a better version. Christ.
Caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how?
1 to 2 inches an hour. Jeez, that's almost annoying. Okay.
Hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
His back.
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having,
I fucking hate this. Because what they're doing here is they're trying to say, we're not a bunch of fuck-ups using the leaf blower. We're super, I'm secret agent man using this leaf blower. I'm like, come on, dude. Okay, here we go.
having seen that before, making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
During this time, you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with a leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots, becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so.
How did you verify that? Like, did you taste it or what? Because, okay. Like, how'd you do that?
Out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulant?
A quick decision for the Canton Police Department is like the better part of 45 minutes, I feel like, but okay.
Weighted blood in.
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Kelleher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Oh, come fucking on. Seriously? Red Solo cups are great for my booze. My booze. That's what they're great for. But they're spinning this like this is like accepted procedure.
Getting
the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Kelleher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose?
I can guarantee you that the reason why Officer Kelleher had the red Solo cups was not for the purpose of impromptu crime scene investigation. It was like, how long were those cups? Or sorry, I'm not using the preferred Canton nomenclature. How long were those Solo cups sitting on a shelf in this guy's cupboard before they were deployed to be used in evidence collection on a murder investigation involving a police officer? Like, come on. Okay. Tell us another one.
Using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated.
No. You can stop right there. You don't need to lie too far. My thought was, sir, you did not have a thought. You did not thought anything. There was no thoughting going on. It's a good thing this guy's fucking retired, because if he wasn't retired, I would be playing this at every future trial this guy runs. And just being like, so you think this is what policing is about, huh? Like, what? The shit this guy is saying with a straight face, like he is not full of absolute dog shit, is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, unbelievable to me. And the thing is that the defense was denied the ability to bring in an expert to say basic shit like Solo cups are great for beer pong and, spicy chilada and scotch and, Christ. Like, why didn't you just have somebody pick it up with their prehensile anus in order to keep it contamination free? It would have worked as well. Jesus Christ.
That we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Yeah, and how they would see best fit is, motherfucker, you brought this in a Solo cup? Are you kidding me? Oh.
Sometimes the crime lab tests evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Did it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin?
Thank you so much, Kyle. Kyle McGee with a $50 super sticker. Thank you so much. We're going to get to see some video here that is just absolutely like, we're going to see some quality policing here.
That process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to.
I thought you just said this was perfectly good police practice, sir. Why would anybody wonder about why you would use a leaf blower if you just said it was perfectly good police practice? He's like, I knew some people would think I'm a fucking moron, and so I decided to videotape it so that everybody could see that I'm being a moron.
Demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce 2 videos that council has.
So there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
Exhibit 51.
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number 1, please?
And you see something just blow away into the woods. Like, look at this. I don't know what this thing is, if it's a leaf or what, but you just see it just... And there it goes. And it's like, oh, right. What's that? Well, goodbye. I don't know. Yeah, bye, evidence. Bye. If any of that was critical evidence, it's gone now. And is this a gas-powered thing? Is it spraying petrochemical fuels on all of this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't see a battery on that. That looks gas-powered. So it's just like dumping fumes all over that shit.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame?
Now, to be fair, it's not his fault. The officer who had the brain cell was actually on vacation that day and took it with him, so they didn't have access to the Canton Police Department brain cell in order to to figure any of this out. And they called Officer Wiggum, and Officer Wiggum said, "That's fine police work, sir."
That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see...
That's a chunk of cartilage and fat in desperate search of a brain.
Other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant?
Even convinced someone to film it. Everyone there thought this was a good idea. Dumb fuckery's contagious. You're not wrong. If you pull this guy's brain out, it's a fucking marble, just like absolutely smooth. You could roll this thing down the flight of stairs, and it's...
Lang's footprints across the front yard. Was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. You see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman? Stop, please.
God, he feels so proud of himself. Folks, I am not a parent, but I will share a story from another parent to, from somebody who is a parent, as to both why I'm maybe not a parent, but also like what is comparable to this thing, which is the parent left for like 2 minutes to go outside and deal with a thing. And when they got back in, the kid was painting on the wall with shit. And it painted this like big elaborate thing in shit on the wall and was super proud of it. And this officer's testimony kind of feels a little like that, of like, I have shitted this all up and I am super proud of it. Like, and yes, I have perfect captioning. Stop, please.
There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please.
That's finishing it. VLC.
Okay. Thank you. Could you have the lights on, please? Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that?
Now, guys, he's got a medical exemption. He is allergic to proper police procedure and to, any sort of proper crime scene procedure. So he's got to use the solo glass. He's got to use the leaf blower. He's got to use the Stop and Shop bag.
Photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared, yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is, yes.
I move these two photographs into the evidence, please.
Okay. Do you want to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
It's 52 and 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Camp Police Headquarters.
What happens when?
Christ, the entire purpose of this guy's skull is just to keep his ears apart. There's just no other purpose to it.
When it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence that the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence.
Yeah, this guy's also been assigned a number by the computer, and that number is number 2.
Room. Only 2 people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room.
Yeah, you wouldn't want somebody to get in there with like a fucking leaf blower or something. And
is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Line.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department, or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them into something?
No, they were stacked in a bag.
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different?
And he's presenting it like this is ordinary shit. And let's keep going here.
Then a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from.
Oh, so other than price, they're the same bag. You know what the other thing is? I don't know where that bag came from. That's the critical thing about an evidence bag, because it is important. It is fucking essential, in fact, that you know where that bag came from. That is the entire fucking point of an evidence bag. That is what an evidence bag is for, is that you know where it came from and you know where it's been, and it's not full of like some dude's old sandwich crumbs. Holy shit, dude. I don't know where that bag came from. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh, I don't know. The only difference is I don't know where it came from. And I'm putting the critical evidence into it because I have less intellect than a freaking butterfly. Oh my God. Like, what was in that Stop and Shop bag just before? Like, you know, well, you know, we just finished you. Like, oh my, oh. Where'd this bag came from? Well, a Stop and Shop, but somebody brought their freaking groceries home in it. Like, come on. Oh, no. No. Come on.
I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. So I'm not sure where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalists as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminals?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator. Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
Only had 29 years experience then. Jesus. Oh. Yeah, somebody's saying I need the
Candy
goat.
box.
Where's my goat? Here's the goat.
Gloves, some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
And the defense was not allowed to bring in their expert to be like, yeah, this is some bullshit. Like, come on. Oh my God. I see motion for extreme pigeon business. We are there. I laugh because it's so fucked up, but this is a murder trial. This is a murder trial. Like, Karen Reed could go to jail for the rest of her life, and they're like, Stop and Shop bag. It's just as good. It's fine. Like, police procedure, sterile procedure. Meh. Who gives a shit? Ashley Lauren says he gave this to the crime lab. How does he bring it now? They would bring it in for him, I'm sure. Matilda says, good morning from the Netherlands. Good morning. I am like beyond beyond like astounded. Am I familiar with Beaker? Yes. From the Muppets. Yes. Oh.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist to the state police lab.
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay. I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
Where did he get the gloves? Was he wearing those the whole time? Where did he get the gloves? Has he been wearing gloves this whole time?
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag?
Ta-da! A broken glass. Maybe you should just eat that, sir.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview?
Now, I'm just being told we're going to go back here. So,
in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay. I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
So he's already... Wait. So he's already got the gloves on.
Okay. I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
So he's... How long has he been wearing those gloves? And has he been like keeping his gloves in his lap the entire time? And then he handles the mic, he handles the scissors. It's like, why are you bothering with gloves? Just like, okay. All right.
Where John O'Keefe was at Fairview. Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like
Okay,
to
so
have
is he
the
taking
box
the
and item
gloves
marked for
off
identification,
now?
please. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so he takes the gloves off and he shoves them into his pocket. We'll see if he ever needs to put those gloves on again.
Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you. When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6 inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes.
About what time?
A little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information.
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
At 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank.
Did you travel together or separate?
Together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time?
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas of people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people, whether they cross their legs.
Oh shit! You look for clues? Shit! I mean, all the other cops have been doing it wrong. They just kind of go on vibes. Oh shit! He got trained. He's looking for clues. Okay.
Across their arms is certain behavioral characteristics.
At this,
by the way, those certain behavioral characteristics about whether you cross your arms or move, cross your legs or, duper's delight, all of this shit has absolutely no actual empirical support, because all of that it's generally bullshit. But we teach cops this, and you know what? After we teach cops this, after we teach them all of these little clues and so forth about how to spot liars, they are worse than coin flip. Worse than coin flip. And in fact, all of this education actually makes you worse at correctly identifying body language. A lot of the people have a certain grasp of it, but all of this stuff we teach you is actually bad at it. Cops are worse than the average member of the public at identifying, when somebody's lying to them, when somebody is whatever they're doing. So yeah, it's and when you see, I'm not going to call anybody out because that's not what this is about, but when you see a lot of the body language analysis kind of stuff, a lot of it is predicting the shit you already know, as opposed to predicting shit you don't know. And if you can't predict shit you don't already know, then it's not actually science and it's not actually useful. So, yeah.
Point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did, yes.
What happened? How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
okay.
Not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that could be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Ms. McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Did you look at Mr. Albert? Okay.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
I see people dropping the names of various behavior analyst types. I don't accept anybody who claims they're like a behavioral expert or whatever until they can predict shit they don't already know. If you're just predicting shit we already know, then I'm not down.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the items?
I didn't look around. I just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything?
Wait. Wait.
And or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the items?
I didn't look around. I just with my eyes.
I didn't look around just with my eyes? What the fuck else do you look for or look with? What else would you look with, sir? Is there something else you've got ready for looking with? Okay, like, is this new theory? The Canton prehensile, prehensile sphincter might itself has his own it might itself has its own sensory organs. I don't know.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No. Nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Ryan Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit because we are. Here we go.
I know you didn't.
I don't know how they assign the cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if
I do not. I did not know he was. I know he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of and documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence, and I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
And I went, what the fuck? There was no formal interview? Or there was no formal report made of what he does at the scene? It's a murder investigation, and they are not making a formal report of their... I see formal reports of actions at the scene for theft of liquor, theft of liquor bottle.
Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing
not the good ones.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report
about the scene that day at the scene.
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never. In fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene. Correct.
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene.
No.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My
Understood.
Responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor. It's my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would
Wasn't that you with the leaf blower? I'm sorry. Who else is going to write a report? You want to leave this to your junior? What's your junior going to report? I saw Fathead with the leaf blower fucking around and fucking up the crime scene, and no, you're the leaf blower, dude. You write the report. Jesus.
Or see what other people are doing. What your
That's
subordinate-
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing, you're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things back.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lane, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence.
That's correct.
You know.
Christ, this guy's like a neck grew a knuckle.
the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That's correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was. In other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Socializing.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at...
Oh, it was very important. Then why the fuck did you do it? Jesus Christ. Oh.
What time was it?
I apologize. I'm being
after 7.
sacrilegious.
Okay, you knew that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, definitely not what I'm saying.
Because it sounded like what you were saying.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That's correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be...
Okay, Jackson, I get it. You're cross-examining. But are we really going to pretend this guy's highly trained? I mean, Potter will sit. I feel like Potter's ahead. Yeah.
Used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate.
I don't even know if this guy shits outside. Well, let's not go with the highly trained.
As best you can, with as much detail as you can, exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe you did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant Good?
Yes.
But you did not?
I did not.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the facts that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who's around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
He's like, but I'm not going to write that shit down because honestly, who gives an F? It's only a murder investigation. Oh my God.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or out at the scene?
No.
About where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
Sorry, are you saying you lose the ability to write in the snow? Because I saw the video of you operating the leaf blower. It was not difficult at all. You could write some shit. Like, come on. Come on, sir. Sir, no.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the Deputy Chief of Canton Police.
He's the guy who provides the solo cups. I mean, he has the best beer pong parties.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of he was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail.
That is correct.
At least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So, I mean,
it's a murder scene. You're not just going to look at it and then move away. Oh.
Take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure nothing is disturbed, correct? Civilians can't kind of trace through, walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase, forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traces through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, best practices to make sure that nothing's moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
Okay. What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area, and later it was documented.
By the way, and I know that there's going to be some medical personnel and who might get annoyed at this, but a common bit of slang for EMTs is evidence mangling team, because EMTs don't give a shit about a crime scene investigation. EMTs go through and they walk on everything and they throw bits of crap around, and they because that's their job. But the police don't necessarily appreciate that, or at least the forensics guys don't necessarily appreciate that. So yeah,
It was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Correct?
Yes.
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
That is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lank generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay, and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lank never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lank that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations. Okay. And that was the last of my involvement. Okay. So I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, CARS.
I think there was one. Crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of NSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction some sort.
Sure, reconstruction some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 here, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was
okay. So you literally have a game of telephone where one person tells another person where the body is, tells another person where the body is, tells another person where the body is. And how's that going to be accurate after like 4 people? Yeah.
Information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish the formal report and the CARS report, was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Right? Can we at least agree on
No,
that?
you have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
That's very
I'll try again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS, ultimately their CARS report.
No.
No?
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So I wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You know who Brian Tully is?
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied
He's like, you're saying no before I finish the question. Okay.
Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report?
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
It depends what the definition of is really what this is coming down to. Okay. He's like, yeah, you're reading it from the report, but sometimes sentences have different meanings depending on what's convenient to law enforcement. All right. Yeah.
The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise into 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct,
So
yes.
he would have gotten that information
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn when he was found.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of
of Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, no.
At the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
Are you fucking kidding me? Let's go back to this.
Body as it lay in the lawn when he was found.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of
of Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, no.
At the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam.
We wouldn't take pictures of somebody undergoing life-saving measures. I've seen pictures of like people who died in autoerotic asphyxiation. They take freaking pictures. Like, come on.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could, only approximately. You are correct, yes.
Oh.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did
He did not know.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described a circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the room off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Kenton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversations you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that. Let me back up and ask a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You didn't do any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood.
That's correct.
How far were you from Kenton PD, approximately?
Mile and a half.
You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
4 personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as the ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand to go do something and further into the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Kenton PD has evidence collection bags at Kenton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's a blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
Okay, if you're looking for DNA, you can indeed use a bloody Kleenex if what you find is a bloody Kleenex. Let's be clear. If you show up at a crime scene and there is a bloody Kleenex that's left behind by presumably the criminal, like, somebody breaks in, they are, committing a burglary. The homeowner catches them. They punch the dude, and the burglar uses a Kleenex to, whatever, and like discards it. You're like, all right, you can DNA test that Kleenex. What you can't do is find like a blood puddle and then sop some up with a Kleenex you happen to have in your pocket and pretend that that's sterile procedure. No, not okay. Not not a lot, no, none of this is okay.
Emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Kenton PD,
Yeah.
you could have gone back and done a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather, because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Kenton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Well, still, in a blizzard, I've lived 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have gone there. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believe 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask if you
I needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called Sean, Sarge, go home and do leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Kenton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs
Oh, so now your officers could have gotten swabs, even if the lieutenant, the ranking lieutenant had dispatched him to go get a swab.
because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Did you make a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could.
So let's just put this into perspective. He's like, it is so important that these swabs be kept absolutely whatever the hell this is. You've got the swabs under lock and key so that very few people have access to these swabs. And also, we can just use a solo cup. Like, why are the swabs under lock and key if you can just use a solo cup instead? What the fuck?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten him as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. After we Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Keller gave you red solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also.
They're all right.
Correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, right?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material? So what are the factors that you considered, weighed and balanced, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. Then you would have two sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, it depends on whose DNA it is.
Which would benefit you. It's like, I don't know about that.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes.
While you were, let me stay on this for a second. So obviously there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, the DNA analysts are put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they put on a mask, right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles, is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right. But when you go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when you walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So there are protocols, and you said just a second ago, Scout, well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
That's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter.
No.
It's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it can be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It can be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It can be contaminated with foreign items, or either ferrous salt or somebody's spill when you're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in how many solo cups were there? 6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than have the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
It comes from a manufacturer
Sure.
whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer. Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that they're bona fides, that the provenance of those bags is maintained. correct? And protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD.
I.e., so it's not just, I don't know where this came from. I don't know where this came from. Because that's what he's saying is like, we have this bag and I don't know where it came from. And yeah. And I'm like, maybe we should know where it came from, right? Maybe that's a thing we ought to figure out. Maybe we should know if it's had like a sandwich in it before, or, you know, or if like somebody sneezed in it. Did somebody sneeze in this one? Because if somebody sneezed in it, then that's a problem. So, yeah.
He pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue-in-cheek, look, except for the price, they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop, I can go pay 10 cents.
Yeah.
But that bag's not really good. Where it's been, or who's handled it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it, really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Well, the good one mentioned, the price.
Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other. Okay.
apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young, no, wait.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price like every other law enforcement agency because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cuts were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle?
It was closed and Sergeant Lank transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
Okay. When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't forensically sealed?
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it?
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around? Assume they melted?
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's
snow.
correct. That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was a temporary storage locker.
I am behind on
Yes,
sending
lockers
shit
not
out.
refrigerated. That's
And,
where the glass would go into.
I am behind on sending all that shit out. Next weekend is gonna be a lot of stuff's got to get sent out.
A locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. I'm talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, only ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct.
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there's a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly went into, well, not supposedly, because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent, once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant will take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes?
Two questions, and I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, at least at this time.
All right, continuing ahead.
He's like, that's all I have. And then he adds, at least at this time. And the reason why he's adding that in a real hurry is that he's like, right, because I am coming back. So, yeah, he definitely wants to be like, I'm going to take more of a run at this guy, but that's where we are now.
That's one
Thank you.
morning. Jury files I
Thank you.
So juries, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation. into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard it and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you.
All rise and please. Judge Noble, follow me.
Goodbye.
All right, so that is 2 days of trial covered in 6 hours. We're gonna go through the super chats here. This is insane to me. Like, I watched the whole trial the first time, and it was insane to me. And now it's insane to me the second time through, because I'm like, how can this possibly be a thing that happened? How can they possibly have done such a shitty job? How can it be that there's a woman who is possibly looking at losing everything over this shit? And yeah, I am mind boggled by all of this. And yeah, I just I don't get it. I don't know it. I don't anything. And I mean, I guess I am baffled, like just straight up baffled. And so I'm gonna go through the super chats, and then sorry, I was about to lie to you folks. I was about to say that I'm gonna go through the super chats and then I'm gonna go to sleep, and that is completely a lie. I'm gonna go through super chats, and then I'm gonna look into buying a sea can and figuring out a shelter, and also figuring out electric power. I got to decide how much electric power I want for the new land, because yeah, so yeah, I got to decide all of that. What is a sea can? It is a SEA can. A sea can is a shipping container. So here I can pull up what a sea can is, just to show you guys. What is it? What is sea cans? Where's a good picture of sea cans? These are sea cans. I'm going to put me here. So sea cans, shipping containers. Basically, I'm just going to, what is it? Yeah, the big metal ones. So the idea is to leave one on the property for storage, and then I can, what is it? Then I can keep stuff in that. And yeah, it's not going to be this. It's not going to be that. But then I can have the, that container there. It'll be whatever. And then I got to set up a place to sleep up there. And also, what do you call it? I also got to figure out power, which is probably going to be solar power, a little solar power thing there. And yeah, that's going to be a whole big project. So yeah, I still haven't figured it out. A friend of mine has a company, Honeybox. Look it up. I can look that up. Honeybox. That Honeybox kind of sounds like a kind of sounds like I'm going to look up the wrong thing. I don't know which Honeybox. There's a lot of Honeyboxes here. Honeybox shipping container house tour. The area I'm at, I don't think allows me to put in. I don't know if I could put in a tiny house that's in a shipping container, but we'll see. Yeah, if I'm designing it, it'll be. Would it be a runky? Maybe. We build shipping containers based in container Constructions based in Vancouver. I don't know. It looks like they've got some pretty funky constructions, but I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's just it would have to be warm enough to work. And I suspect they might be out of my price range. We'll have to see. I'll look into it, but yeah, I can look into it, but I suspect they're probably out of my price range. I am not wealthy. So I am not wealthy. I will probably be I might go so far as to build a what do you call it? What's the word? Bale cob. I might go so far as to build a bale cob structure. But I gotta see. If I'm building a bale cob structure, that's a whole fuck ton of work, and I don't know if I can do it. So yeah, we'll just have to see. We'd have to figure that out. But yeah. All right. What is it? Not wealthy and way less time to build it yourself. That is true. How secure is a shipping container? Not super secure. A shipping container, I mean, people can break into them. So I know you don't know me from Adam, but I'm a resident of Edmonton. If you need help building things for the property, I'm willing to assist. I may have to you know, look into like, hey, who wants to help me build a structure? So yeah, we'll see. I'm still figuring it all out. The initial house, like the initial you know, house thing is probably going to be me getting like an RV. And by an RV, I mean like just a super old RV and putting that there. So, or like a trailer. So I don't know. I got to figure all that out. It's, yeah. All right. So, let's go through super chats. What is it? So Laura Christine, solo cups and more. Thank you so much. Victor Man, evidence cups with scotch. I did have a scotch in an evidence cup. Vez from Quebec. The important part is what's in it, not blood. Thankfully. Patty Hoffman, thank you so much. Mispronounced name. Time is an illusion. Boom emote. Time doubly so. Fair. That's because I was taking a while on that. So fair. Sing along, everyone. Red solo cup. Cops filled you up after the party. Ooh. Indy Cindy 01, thanks for covering this trial. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Tracy Sires, why would she be uncertain if what she said? Because she talked to and was questioned by so many people. If she was telling the truth, wouldn't her story be the same to cops and the grand jury? I mean, not necessarily. People's stories do vary, but yeah. The other thing I'm going to need to figure out is I'm going to be doing some borrowing trucks and so forth. They don't allow off-grid shipping container homes in the area I'm in, so I got to do something else. So I can't do that. Yeah, wouldn't her... There are variations, but the degree to which she's full of shit is something else. For more walks past the park to the liquor store, thank you so much. I did tell you guys that story today. Yes, I think so. Was that she gets in trouble when she goes off script? She does indeed. Get them evidence cups. So the other thing is I went to the liquor store and the liquor store didn't have solo cups. And then I was walking home and I was like, wait a minute, the convenience store is right next to the liquor store. So I ran back carrying the booze and went in and ended up buying the others. So yeah. Drink the evidence. Thank you. You're making me hungry with your analogies. Ooh, I still have more pizza. I'm going to get that. A Bloody Mary and a red Solo cup. Lol. Thank you. Rig Pig Boy, thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Shanta, thank you as well. Sue LW65, thank you for the new membership. Welcome aboard. Light Queen, I'm not sure there's enough scotch in all of Alberta for that. Runkle Solo cup. Thank you. Honk Banana, no, you'll call him what? How dare you sully the name of banana, good sir? Fair. Fair. I'll give you some points on that. So yeah. What is it? Fiona W. What proof scotch is needed to numb the pain of Jen? More than exists. is the long and short of that. More than actually exists. Against the Tide, please like to help Ian reach his pro bono goals. Thank you so much. Nancy CC70, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Crazy Cat Queen, we shall refer to you as the guy. Thank you. Much appreciated. Like the guy from Spy Kids 3D. I haven't seen Spy Kids 3D. I understand it is a film classic, but I have not seen it. I see Yinzer says, folks, please donate to Karen's Defense Fund. She could use the money. Did the doggies get pizza crust today? They did. The dogs do not tolerate me having pizza without getting pizza crust. They're like, we wants. Have you noticed the light rebranding of the D&E as a sub shop instead of a pizzeria as well? That feels super intentional. It does, but I don't know why. I don't know what there is to gain from that, so it's very confusing to me. So I don't know. What is it? D&E was the original name, and Jen is so jealous that Karen Reed is more believable. She's even trying to look like Karen Reed. Oh, that's creepy as a thought. Very, very creepy as a thought. Here's to the chat to numb Jen and back pain. Thank you so much. DSN, I'm always wondering what the jury is thinking. Me too. I wish I could go in and see the jury. I can't. There's just no way to make that happen. So yeah. But I'm very curious. There is somebody on Twitter. I forget their username, but there is somebody on Twitter who's like, hey, this is what I think the jury is looking at. So we'll have to see sort of what happens. But yep. All right. Do you feel this cross was more effective than the first trial? I feel like defense is disadvantaged in retrial. Witnesses can anticipate gotchas. That said, the defense counsel can also do some work with anticipating like where the witness would escape. So there's a bit of both on that. DSN, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Escaped psychotic felon. This episode? No, we're now on season 2, Jen. Fair. Palmyra Media, thank you so much. Glamma Suze, why didn't that brutally cold weather bother her MS? It was colder than the day before. Note, she doxes the child's name. Yeah. Yeah, there is some of that. Palmyra Media, 10, lol. Thank you. Just because Jen will drop every kid's name but her own. Also kind of creepy, for sure. You're not wrong there. That's kind of weird there, but yeah. All right. How easy is it for them to all lie? Most people find lying fairly easy, unfortunately. So it unfortunately doesn't bother people as much as you might hope. So yep. I don't really know what else to say on that one, but yeah. Her memory is foggy, but she claims her memory is better today than it was back then. Yeah, Geraldine Friedrich, remember the last jurors thought it was distraction. The last jury pool, I think, was kind of contaminated by one specific person. And so we'll have to see if that is... we'll have to see if that remains the same. Geek Butts, did you see Don Hughes, the witness in the Diddy trial? I wish I could cover the Diddy trial. I really wish I could. I cannot cover the Diddy trial because, of course, it's in New York, and it is, it's just not doable. So, if I understand that Good Logic might be covering it, like he might be able to go in person, and if he does, and you're interested in Diddy, check him out. I mean, he's not going to be everybody's cup of tea because he's got some politics and so forth. And that's fine. Watch him if you want. Don't watch him if you don't want. But I mean, go check him out, right? You can. The worst that happens is you watch him for a bit and you're like, nah, I don't like this guy. So go check it out. So all right. Jim Jam, I have so many questions. I got to hear this story. I think that's the I got stuck story. Amy T, tax for being late from going with husband to our anniversary dinner, catching up at 2 times. Congratulations on the anniversary. I really, getting married is the best move I ever made. And that includes, doing the YouTube thing. I love you guys, but sorry. That includes becoming a lawyer. That includes all of the things. I just, I feel like I'm going to be a bit of a sap when I say I love my wife, but, I do. So, straight up. So, yep. Pamela Wissenbach, celebrating hubby's 40 years in his field with mimosas in solo cups. Congratulations to that as well. That is pretty amazing. Greg, Your Honor, I'm crossing the witness, not you. I mean, she's not crossing the witness either is the thing. She's bailing the witness out. It sucks. Like, stop it. Christine Hawkins, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. It is, it is a, all of this is huge. So really appreciated. Becca has thoughts. Thanks for the reminder to pay my ticket this week. So I'm just going to admit that my ticket payment, the reason why my ticket got paid is because I tossed the ticket into onto the passenger seat of my car. And my wife took my car in to get the tires replaced, to take the winter tires off and put the summer tires on, because of course she's a sweetheart. And she's like, "Hey, I found this ticket here. Were you gonna pay this?" And I'm like, "I should pay it." So, so she brought it in. She's like, "You should pay this," and I'm like, shit, I should. Yes, so I did. I don't hate the judge interjecting at times. I feel like she's hurrying a case. She's very over. If she stops when they're defense witnesses, though, she won't. She won't. Cal Marie, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Laura Christine, thank you so much. XCDA, have never met, but love Mrs. Runkle for you. XCDA, are you out in the Vancouver area? Because she might be there. I'm trying to arrange a Vancouver meetup, and so there might be an opportunity. We'll have to see. So, wait, what? As tiresome as Jen McCabe is being, I think it's because she expects the defense to try and trip her up and is being careful, not trying to be obtuse. She is kind of feeling like she's trying to be obtuse to me, but Yeah. Potter said, objection, form. Potter objects to not pizza. Fiona W., thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Morgan, Ian, just put a permanent pigeon overlay. This whole trial is pigeon business. I feel like I need a pigeon overlay. Motion for emotional support, pigeon business. Thank you. Annabelle Feinstein, I did a butt dial when my phone was unlocked on my desk. My arm brushed over it. My phone takes 2 minutes to lock. Yeah, the problem is how many did she do? Because it was a lot. It was a whole lot. So, motion to create pigeon overlay. I guess I'll have to do that. Just because, will you play Hatful Boyfriend on Rule of Law? Does that game count as pigeon business? I haven't played that one. Could you see Jen as one of the pigeons in that game? I don't know that game, actually. Why do you think Hank hasn't mentioned Proctor in the trial yet? Could Proctor be planning on pleading the fifth? And that's why Hank hasn't mentioned him. Please tell your doggos I said hi. Hello. Hello, doggos. I'll tell them. Zora, I'm sure, is asleep, but I will go check her out. The other wonderful thing about Zora is super snuggly. And the thing she's taken to doing lately. So it used to be Zora would go into the bed and she'd just sleep. And then I would come in and we'd wrangle for space. Now, what Zora typically does is she sleeps on the stairs and she hangs out on the stairs. And then when I go towards bed, she gets up and follows, and she's like, now I want to follow along and, and join you. So she actually, nowadays she's like, I'm just waiting to, I'm waiting for the snuggle opportunities, and it is so cute. It is so cute when she just like gets up and is like, we're going to go snuggle now. The other thing that is like insanely cute that she does is, she will, so like, let's say I'm staying up until like 2 a.m. She'll come and she'll be like, hello, why are you not coming to bed yet? So she'll actually come and, be like, why are you not coming to bed yet? Why? It is now bedtime. And so that is super cute. So yeah. She's like, I want to sleep. I need my pillow. So yeah. D Finch, all the butt dials are so they can find his phone. I've heard that theory, and yeah. Morgan says, Ian, you really need to consider a 4x4 truck to go with the land. I do need to look at that. It can be an old hoopty as long as it has working 4x4, ground clearance, and winch. I am actually looking into buying like an old hoopty 4x4 for that purpose. Like just something that barely runs. So yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Joanna Kate, notice that they rearranged O'Keefe's family and attorneys. It looks, what I've heard is that John O'Keefe was sort of rehomed because he was causing problems and needed to be sort of sent to the back of the room because he was being too much of an annoyance. He was caught making too many faces. He was all of those things. So, yeah. Truck tent, or yeah, Paul O'Keefe. God, I'm so awful with names and I keep screwing it up. So yeah. What is it? Would Jen McCabe's brain fall into the category of, I think this is diminutive, not Curatlax brainworm bumper. I don't have a brainworm bumper. I might have to make one. So yeah. My doggos support Zora and Potter having pizza bones. Zora and Potter are such good little pups. I love them to bits. They're so sweet. And yeah. All right. Stacy LeBruno, pizza bones. Thank you. Cast came off to go into a walking boot. Congratulations. Celebrated with a bacon pepper jelly burger and spreading that joy to puppers for pizza bones. That sounds delightful. Michael Gordon, I'm not trying to give pizza bones to doggos, but you know you are, and you know we're here for it. So 100% we're here for it. And yeah. I can't find the brainworm merch in the store. I hope I fixed that. I don't know if I fixed that, but I hope I fixed that. And yeah, we'll try to figure that out. So yep. What is it? Canton Web is thick with brainworms and deception. Fair. Ruckle, the brainworm merch is MIA from the store. I hope I got that fixed again. So we'll have to see. But pro bono fun for the pups and a much needed distraction. Thank you. Good boys, crusty up. Thank you. Pizza bones to the doggos to annoy Runkle. Shay B, McCabe acts so put upon when she talks about John. She should never be this important again. And she never will be. Whatever happens, they're going to have a brief sort of moment of doing some interviews and so forth. And then they will be utterly, utterly forgotten. And that is really the best that that we can hope for them. So yeah. Was it for the doggos? I want to buy a brainworm shirt. We will hope. Just because I grew up in the New York metro area with a grandpa who was a retired cop, I always had a PBA card in my car. There are real benefits to that card. Yep. I mean, the notion that that police and non-police get the same response was just bizarre to me. Like bizarre. So yeah, I just don't see how that is like remotely anything, like remotely justifiable or yeah. It just doesn't fly to me 100%. I'm like, no. So Elise, tell me how Chloe made no noise and Potter does. Potter is a noisy boy. He likes his noises. Tam, too busy to contact brother, but not to call my sis. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Greg, Brennan had the entire lunch break to formulate his redirect, and he came up with his toilet flush. Still better than Elaine's, I guess. I mean, Elaine was not doing a great job. Cussing in court. Love seeing lawyers get all excited and vocal about certain words. Flagpole is not common, but also not remarkable. Fair. Nicole has ADHD. Lots of people put flagpoles in after 9/11. Okay, fair enough. Ryan gave a statement to the FBI before the Commonwealth talked to him. He isn't changing his story. Fair. Lady Fang, if someone admitted to killing a friend on scene and there were cops, I'd be telling them to arrest. I like Ryan. He's not inflicted with the brainworm. Yep. He seems like he's pretty solid. I don't know for certain. I've seen some people going, oh, we don't like him. And I'm like, oh, yeah, figure it out. Flags are not uncommon, but there's an etiquette and respect if you're going to display one. Wouldn't leave it out with a blizzard approaching. Yeah, fair enough. Take it down. Nurse friend told me to always double what people admit to drinking. Yep, if they say that they had 4, they probably had 8. Joanna Kate, Jen McCabe connected to Whitey Bulger. Yeah, it's, how many shades of Whitey Bulger, I guess, we're at now. So that's interesting. So kind of a weird setup there. But yeah. Bar measure tools, Caldy. I'm not even going to try because somebody will clip it and pretend it says something different. So I get what you're saying. For the goal. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're not even getting near that. This Higgins reminds me of the Higgins from Grown Ups movie, but more lame. I haven't seen that movie. So yeah. The thing I can't get over with this case is how the thin blue line protect their own. Yep, you're not wrong about that. You are not wrong about that. It's a whole thing. She fidgets too much to be believable. Yep. Glamasuz, I'm staying awake just to see Ian lose his shit. Yeah. The snowblower was a great idea, Ian. Lol. They certainly try to argue that. Creativity is appreciated. Deception is not. Fair. The number of retirements at Canton seems to be on the rise of late. There does seem to be a lot of that going on, for sure. Bev's Buffer Zone, thank you for the gifted membership. Honey 2800, this evidence collection blows. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Shay B, what brain? They have one brain cell. They share it around themselves, as needed. It's they pass it around. DS, thank you so much for the member anniversary. Thank you for being here. Robbie Payne, remember what Pratchett said about the IQ of a mob? They're not really even mob IQ. They're just dumb. They're just so Wicked Psych. Need an audit for Massachusetts. Oh wait, we did vote it, but the state legislature refuses to cooperate. Oof. Drama Llama, good morning from South Africa. I haven't been able to pop in for a long time. Good to have you. Much appreciated. Greg, this is all more embarrassing when you think that they should have had a tighter procedure considering all the DUI deaths they have there. Yep, you are not wrong. Lisa, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Mackenzie Jabali, my husband thinks I'm crazy because I'm laughing so hard laying in bed. Thanks from Tennessee. Thank you for joining me. PJ Wolf Weimers, at least the blower wasn't a flamethrower. Thank you. Alicia Gallegos, vibes. Runkle, can't believe you're still awake. Me either. We're going to be asleep soon. A fan out in Colorado, though. I think that was intentional. Thank you so much. Redondo Beach, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Christine D acts like he's never worked with troopers before. Josh Smith, I did notice Jen McCabe's. I hadn't even brushed my teeth. Had a lot of Amber Heard's. My dog stepped on a bee energy. You kind of does, yeah. Shay B, he pledged the evidence into proper containers and in the hands of better, smarter people. Kristen M96, I was curious if the Canton Brainworm bot was sent out and if it was watching the trial today, if he was proud or embarrassed. I got to make sure all of that stuff is out. I'm hoping to get that done end of next weekend. Gwynnie Bly, I still have no idea how anyone at the Commonwealth thought this case was viable. I'll be on replay crew. Good luck with research. Always my favorite part of buying. It's going to be an adventure for sure. Aussie J finally worked it out. It's Manny from Ice Age. Gwynnie Bly, yay, pizza bones and replay crew. And more Canton Brainworm to look forward to. Will Potter be shy again or will I see him? He is being really weird. I don't know what his deal is. Gwynnie Bly, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I think he's trying to lure me each time to the to that. Do I have a drone for the land? I don't have a drone. I got no drones. So no drones. I just did buy some, and thank you for the gifted memberships there. I did just buy some cell trail cams, so I'm going to set those up next time I go up. I was going to set them up, and then I realized that I forgot to put SD cards in them, and it's like, shit, I need to figure that out. So Runkle, it's going to cost me $50 to parcel post you a jar of Vegemite. Would you like some single serve Vegemite sachets from Macca's instead? I can send, that'd work. Feel free to go for the cheap option. Do not spend the $50 mailing something. Like just a letter post will do it. All right, we are all caught up, and so I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to go do some more research, try to figure out what I'm going to buy here. And then we will, what do you call it? We'll see you guys tomorrow. Cause what is it? Ooh, trail cams. Please share if you catch any moose or bunnies. I can tell you there were so many moose. There was so much moose track out there. It is ridiculous how much moose track there is out there. The moose trails everywhere, and the moose poop everywhere. It is very, very clear that there's a lot of moose up there. And so I'm looking forward. I'm hoping I can pull a moose tag. Because if I can pull a moose tag up there, we're gonna have some fun there. So yeah, we're gonna try to make that happen. So I'm looking forward to trying to make that work. So all right, good night everybody, and see you tomorrow. Do we have a full week this week? I can't remember. Is that do we have a full week? Is there like a day off, or is it the full or is it stuff every day? I'm hoping we have a day off, but yes, full week. Damn it. I'm like, I hope we have a day off, but nope. If we're doing everything something every day, then we're doing something every day. My wife and I have been having date night where we can. We've been sort of moving it to the weekends. So, all right. Good night, all.